Zdravo društvo, dobroveče, dobrodošli na FskpZ kanal. Igramo Alan Wake Remastered. Večeras Masterpiece, prva epizoda. Zdravo Dženki the Boss, zdravo Dužle, zdravo Slo, zdravo Mračni čarobnjak, kako sam Franki Viktor. Frakula, realno gledano, zdravo realno gledano. Pozdravljam te puno. Slo, Sta, Roberto, 187, Mihajlo, Semir, Virtuoz, Urban. Ćao društvo. Kako smo večeras? Jesmo dobro? Jesmo raspoloženi za malo remasterovanog Alana Wakea? Bandito. Probuđeni Alan, da. Alan, pardon. Jel ćeš snimati Open Beta Battlefield? Pa, vidjet ću, sutra je Open Access za sve nas koji nismo preorderovali. Vidjet ću kao prvo kako mi radi Battlefield, a onda ću vidjeti, verovatno ću napraviti neki private kratak stream od 5-10 minuta, čisto da vidim kako funkcioniše igra. Pa ako to bude radilo, možda nešto budemo malo streamali, eventualno u subotu ako stignem, pošto ne želim da narušavam sad kontinuitet ovog dela koje se odvija ispred nas. Nadam se da sam ti to dobro objasnio. Zdravo Strela 88. Pa dobro sam realno. Kako si mi ti, druže? Jel se držiš? Zdravo Dex. Zdravo Robikama ili Robikama ili... Pa nema šta da se razmišljaš. Odlična priča. Alana Wakea smo već igrali. Sad već davno beše to. Ja mislim da sam ga čak igrao na Xboxu. Dok sam imao 360 Xbox. Mislim da sam ga čak snimao onako u klasičnim epizodama. I njega sam inače i planirao za Retrovizor serijal, koji nikako da pokrenem na FskpZ kanalu. A evo, sad prava prilika za ovaj Masterpiece. Pa, da, tako je. Moramo gurati dalje. Drž se, šta da ti kažem, realno gledano. Zajebancija. Verujem da je zajebancija. Zdravo Majki. Zdravo Zorke. Zdravo Matt Hardy. Zdravo. Nisi ni neremasteranog. Kako si to uspeo da sklopiš, Matija? Imate vrlo kratak sinopsis u descriptionu ovog videa za eventualno one koji slučajno ne znaju šta se dešava u ovoj igri, mada ne verujem da takvih ima na chatu, ali nikad se ne zna. Zdravo Marija. Gde si Marija? Sad čekat ćemo još malo eventualno da se skupe ljudi pa krećemo. Definitivno igra koju vredi odigrati još jednom. I zbog priče i generalno zbog akcije. Hoćemo mi da krenemo, a? Idemo normal, nema potrebe za nightmareom.
Stephen King once wrote that nightmares exist outside of logic, and there's little fun to be had in explanations. They're antithetical to the poetry of fear. In a horror story, the victim keeps asking why, but there can be no explanation, and there shouldn't be one. The unanswered mystery is what stays with us the longest, and it's what we'll remember in the end. My name is Alan Wake. I'm a writer. I've always had a vivid imagination, but this dream unsettled me. It was wild and dark and weird, even by my standards. So yes, it began with a dream. Following a typical nightmare pattern, I was late, desperately trying to reach my destination, a lighthouse. For some urgent reason, I couldn't remember. I'd been driving too fast down a coastal road to get there.
Lajkujte drugari stream ako vas ne mrzi, ako želite, mislite da treba, dopada vam se ovo što gledate trenutno na FskpZ kanalu. Vama uzme sekundicu, meni znači jako puno.
He was dead. I was convinced they'd put me in jail and I would never see Alice again. Suddenly, his body was gone.
Episode 1. Nightmare.
I was in shock from the crash. I could hardly stay on my feet.
Look up to the light, turns the camera. No. You can change camera settings in the menu option screen. Jedino što ću definitivno da promenim jeste sensitivity. Pošto je jako je, prebrzo je. Znate kako već to ide kod Vlade. Tako bre.
I had to go to the lighthouse. I knew there was something important waiting for me there.
Get to the lighthouse.
You don't even recognize me, do you, Ryder? You think you're God? You think you could just make up stuff?
Okay.
Lives and kill them when you think it adds to the drama? You're in this story now, and I'll make you suffer. You missed your deadline!
You can dodge enemy attack. Press shift to dodge.
You can't stop me!
I realized that the hitchhiker was a character from the story I'd been working on.
How does it feel to die by the hands of your own creation?
Oh shit. Sećam se ovog dela. Neobično što je kamera sa ove strane. Jao da, i ovaj TV sa ovim okom. Čekaj samo da vidim nešto. Controls, key bindings, svog, sprint, shoot, throw, boost, reload, focus, select... tab. Ovako mi je nekako prirodnije. Wow. Kako? Holy shit. Hvala ti što si se otvorila. Health. Go into the safe haven. Focus. Aha. Zdravo, Marina. Zdravo, Davide.
It goes like this. For he did not know that beyond the lake he called home lies a deeper, darker ocean green, where waves are both wilder and more serene.
Hoćete...
To its ports I've been. To its ports I've been. Do you understand?
No.
Follow my light.
Hoćete da pojačam... Evo, malo ću sebe smanjiti. Hoćete da pojačam zvuk igre, šta? Zdravo, Anda. Malo sam sebe smanjio, a pojačao zvuk iz igre. Zdravo, Rocky.
When it feels you coming, it will wake up. There's no time. I can only show you the most important thing.
Gde si, Zara? Malo sam pojačao igru, a...
The hitchhiker has been taken over by the dark presence. You can't hurt him now. The darkness protects him from all harm. Only light can drive the darkness away and make him vulnerable again. Here, take the light. Turn your flashlight toward him and burn the darkness away. You did it. Now the darkness no longer protects him, but it's still inside, controlling him. He can't be saved. He's still a threat. He is still your enemy. Here, take the gun.
Da, moram prvo da...
Good. You've done well. Remember what I've taught you. That is all. I will give you back your dream now.
In the nightmare, a terrible darkness was taking over the world. The lighthouse was the last safe place on Earth.
Sad se sećam da treba prvo da ih... da im skinemo taj darkness i onda možemo da ih ubijemo. Čekaj da ja uzmem još malo municije ovde nazad. Dok mogu. Wow! Wow! Ček. Idemo. Press 1 to switch weapon. Dobro. Flare gun, čoveče. Ko bi rekao, a? Pade. Jest. Ja sam ga zezao.
I can keep this up forever.
Shit. Wow. Jao, ja imam tu neku staminu, on jedva trči jadan. Come on, Alane. Šta je ovo? Run! Zdravo Bojane, zdravo Igore, zdravo Marko.
Baby, just another nightmare. Everything's fine. You dozed off.
Right. Anything more than dozed off would be news for everyone.
Cheer up, handsome. We're here.
Inače, skoro smo igrali jednu igru od Remedy. Developera, to je Control. Jao, sećam se ovog grada, svega se sad sećam. Mislim, ne sećam se, ali... Kao sećam se. Sećam se da je bio neki clusterfuck u ovom gradiću. Mislim, čeka nas dosta clusterfuckova, tako da... I klastera i flastera.
Let's act like we're on vacation. Go stand next to that old gentleman there. I want a shot of you with the town in the background.
Sure. I'll even give you a title for the shot. A city boy, moments before he got eaten by a bear. Hi.
Hello there. You picked a good time to visit our town. Deerfest is just 2 weeks away.
Deerfest, huh? Did you hear that, honey?
You have a lovely wife. If you don't mind me saying. I'm Pat Maine, by the way. Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Dobro izgleda.
I won't pretend I don't recognize a famous writer such as yourself, Mr. Wake. A pleasure. I'm an avid reader myself. I hope this isn't too presumptuous of me, but I'm the night host at the local radio station. Any chance I could get an interview?
Look, Mr. Maine, I'm on vacation. In fact, I'd appreciate it if we could keep my being here just between the two of us. I'm sure you understand.
Fair enough. You can trust me to be discreet. Not a hard man to track down if you change your mind, though. I hope you two have a lovely holiday.
Vratit ćemo speech, ipak.
Very nice. I got a couple of really good ones. And I see you made a friend. That's cute.
Right. Yeah?
Hey, bestseller. How's my favorite writer? Are you there yet?
Barry. Yeah. We just got here.
Are the locals giving you trouble? Just say the word and I'll hop
Bravo,
on the
Anna.
plane and come make sure that you're left alone, Al.
No, Barry, we're fine.
Great, great. Just want to make sure you can relax and recharge. So, how is the place? Has it gotten your creative juices flowing?
Barry, we're just settling in.
Okay, Al. I'll call back later to make sure you're doing okay. And you call me
Opa,
if there's a
opa,
problem,
malo
okay?
fresh seafood.
Okay. Just looking out for
Radi.
you, buddy. Talk to you later.
Možda je do
I
moje
love you too,
grafike,
Barry.
ne znam.
You know he's going to be calling you every 5 minutes.
Barry is Barry. I can always turn off the phone.
What did I tell you?
Text message from Barry. He says hi to you too.
Da, super
Alan,
izgleda.
we're here. Come on, let's get back to the car.
Ko vozi, ti ili ja?
We need to stop at the local diner to get the cabin key from the landlord, a Mr. Carl Stucky.
Stanite na
He's waiting
benzinsku
for us.
pumpu. Možda radi vlada.
I'll go fill her up while you get the key. I'll pick you up here in, say, 15 minutes.
Sure.
Alan, thank you for coming here with me.
I love you too. Go on. I'll promise to behave. I'd forgotten there were still places like this. Towns where everybody knew everybody.
Kada.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner.
Hi, I was wondering if you could help me. I'm looking for...
Mr. Wake, Alan Wake. Oh, God, I am your biggest fan. I know people say that all the time, but I really am.
I'm glad to hear that.
Rose.
Rose, I'm looking for Mr. Stucky. Carl Stucky?
Carl? Of course, Mr. Wake. He must have gone to visit the restroom. He'll be back in a moment. I can't believe it. I've got all of your books. I got the cutout from the bookstore.
Tipičan
and they took it out
mali
the window.
američki gradić negde, ono,
And you keep it here. Well, okay.
ajde da kažemo u
Good for
Vukojebini. Pazi, ovaj cut out.
Try the coffee.
Right.
Just don't blame me
So
when
much
you
for
fall in love.
quiet
Koliko sam
vacations.
ih
It'll break
uradio
your
u
heart when you
životu,
have to
ej.
leave.
Rusty here is no longer human. Nothing but black coffee under a thin layer of
Do
skin.
me a favor, Sonny. I could really use a tune right now. Coconut, number 6 in the jukebox.
Može.
I do it myself, but both of my legs have gone to sleep. Bad circulation.
Dobro, dobro.
Are you serious? Coconut again? You disgust me. Call yourself a rocker. Unbelievable.
You put the lime in the coconut, drink them both up.
Just because we're
It does
brothers,
that.
don't
Get
think
stuck.
I won't
Yeah,
murder you in
need
your
to give it a
sleep.
good solid whack. Yes, that's my favorite tune.
Don't go in there, young man. You can hurt yourself in the dark.
I think I can handle it, ma'am. I didn't want to wait. I wanted to find Stucky, to get the key and get out as soon as possible. The waitress was giving me a headache. Overeager fans always did.
Ooh, darkness. Ne, ovo je ženski WC, Vladimire.
Hello? Mr. Stucky?
Ćao, Korg. Zdravo, fazanac.
Carl
Zdravo,
couldn't make it.
Tajga.
Unfortunately, he was taken ill. But I have the key for you and instructions on how to get to the lake.
Okay.
I wish you a good stay in my cabin. I'll come by later to check how you've settled in. And to meet your wife. I insist.
Thanks.
Ok, gospođo Leave the diner.
Cauldron Lake is a special place. Very inspiring.
Cauldron Lake.
You got lucky this time, young man. You can hurt yourself in the dark. This really ought to be fixed, and then I must remind Sarah to change the lights at the station. It's been too long already.
Even that sounds better than your singing.
Are you all right?
Splendid, splendid!
Vlada za jedno 30 godina.
It swells up like a balloon if I lift anything heavier than a spoon. Yeah, splendid, splendid. It's been a long time.
Dva matora rokera,
Good to see you.
Hey, you wouldn't happen to have a bottle on you, would you, Tom?
I wish.
The Andersons, they're, local musicians. We're waiting for Dr. Hartman to come pick them up. They wandered off from his clinic at the Cauldron Lake Lodge.
Bye, Mr. Wake.
Mission accomplished. The key and the directions.
My hero. I got some flashlights, just in case.
Mr. Stucky.
Hey, wait! Mrs. Wake! Your keys!
That diner was a real nut house.
Can you believe this place? This would make a wonderful setting for a book.
We're supposed to be on vacation, Alice. I'll figure it out when we get back home. Okay?
Okay. We can talk about this later.
Batman here on PBF.
I didn't want to talk about it. I wanted to bury my head in sand.
Here's another one of my favorites to go with it.
Once upon a time, I was a successful writer, but that was a long time ago. I hadn't been able to write a word in 2 years. Not since my last book.
And now the weather. It's gonna be a clear night, so you folks in the big city might want to look up every once in a while. See those stars winking down at you? It gets pretty dark out here, but they'll light your way.
Stigli smo na odredište. Cauldron Lake. Zamisli ovako dođeš na odmor.
It's gorgeous, Alan.
It's something, all right. Don't worry, honey. I'll get you inside safe and sound before it gets dark. And I've got the flashlight.
Sećam se.
I'm okay.
Sećam se da
Alice had a
sam ovde.
phobia. The fear of darkness. I wanted to make sure we were inside with the lights on before sunset.
Sećam se da sam ovde išao. Čini mi se skroz nazad da vidim da li nešto ima. Ajde da tu tradiciju ne prekidam. Kao screw you guys. Wow. Pazi tamo, ona kućerina velika. Tu, ne sjećam se da smo baš mogli ovoliko da se vratimo. A, skroz do kola, vidi. A, vidi, ima nešto da se pokupi. Kafa. Fokus? Šta fokus? A.
The cabin obviously got its name from the shape of the island. It looked like a giant bird leg. Alice had mentioned that the lake was a caldera. There was a dormant volcano under it.
Ovo je u stvari... na vulkanu se nalazi jezero. Jebem ti. Dormant. Postoje neke igre gde vredi ono malo bići istražiti. Pa, spora i atmosferična. Atmosferična da, a ne baš non stop spora. Ali u suštini igra koja te ne forsa da nešto žuriš. Šta je vrana? Bird leg cabin. Ženu smo ostavili tamo. Da, žena mi se inače plaši mraka, pa
It's dark in there. We need lights. Can you figure out how to get the power on, honey?
Hello? Anyone here?
A što bi nekog bilo tu?
The Deerfest guests have already started to arrive. Just ran into one on the ferry. A famous artist, no less. We'll see if we can rope him into an interview later on. Now let's go to the phones. Caller, you're on KBF FM.
Hi, Pat. It's Rose.
Why, hello, Rose. What's on your mind?
I know who that famous artist was. It was Alan Wake.
Toliko o tome da smo ovde inkognito.
I just saw him at the diner. Oh, I am so excited he's here.
I'm sure he's glad to be here.
Misli ovako da imaš pogled sa terase.
This is Pat Main on KBF FM. And now some music.
Great. So much for keeping a low profile.
Da. Još neki čamčić i ništa ti više ne treba, čoveče.
The water was clear but dark. It looked very deep.
Pa jebi ga, vulkansko stenje dole. Kako neće biti dark?
The power cable goes to that shed over there.
Evo, idemo. Gde se ulazi u taj shed? Ovde bi trebalo negde, a? Aha.
An old generator had been connected to the power cable.
Sve brže i brže ide. Boga mi, ovaj kako radi.
The lights are on. Good work, honey. I'll freshen up a bit and start settling in.
Dobro.
Okay. I'll look around a bit.
Sure thing. Have fun.
It was a beautiful place. I told myself I could rest here, sleep here, and forget about my work.
Pa ima fobiju, imaš ljudi kojima je neprijatno.
I thought we could be happy here.
Kad su u mračnoj prostoriji, još pogotovo ako su sami. When focus is displayed on the screen, you can focus the view of interesting events by pressing and holding F.
Alice had told me about Cauldron Lake Lodge. The old building used to be a hotel, but these days it was no longer open to the public.
Stari hotel. Prilično sam siguran da ćemo tamo boraviti. Sikirče.
Alice? Honey?
Alan, I'm upstairs. I have a surprise for you.
Žena mi je na spratu i ima iznenađenje za mene.
Well, hello there.
I'm not the surprise. Listen steady. Go take a look.
Okay.
Čim je tu sikirče, bit će... Oh, shit.
Surprise!
Alice? What is this?
I guess I have a small confession to make. I thought maybe you could write here that a change of scenery would get you past...
Damn it, Alice, everyone
Hey, just hear me out. There's a local doctor, Dr. Hartman. I read a book of his. He has a private clinic here. He specializes in helping artists.
So now you want to get me committed?
No, it's not like that. That's not...
Opa.
Alan? Alan?
Just don't! I don't want to hear it. God damn it, Alice! God damn it!
I knew she wouldn't follow me in the dark. I needed some time alone to think things through. Damn it. Alice?
Alice? Alice!
The cabin had gone dark. All the lights were out.
Alice, I'm coming! It's all right, I'm coming!
What the hell?
Možda ćemo uspeti da prođemo. What the frack?
Alice? Alice?
Oh
no!
Shit.
Keep going.
Wake up. Alice?
Ali bi ja voleo da snime ne film, nego seriju. Ili onu mini seriju.
I couldn't remember how I got there. All I knew was that something terrible had happened to Alice. The phone was dead. I'd have to find help on foot.
Fuck, otkud sam se sad ja tu stvorio?
Among Alice's things was a book, The Creator's Dilemma, by a Dr. Emil Hartman. Seeing the book brought back my fight with Alice. I didn't like it, and I didn't like the guy's
U
smug
stvari
face
su
on the
moj
cover
agent,
either.
koji me predstavlja, jel, kao pisca i žena skovali plan kao da dođemo ovde u Bright Falls, pošto ja imam ono krizu inspiracije, nisam već 2 godine ništa napisao, nikakav tekst, nikakvu knjigu. Smislili su kao da dođemo ovde, ovde je neki doktor Emil Hartman, ima neku kliniku koja je specijalizovana za pomoć umetnicima, jel, pa između ostalog i piscima, kao da izađu kao iz te krize, ajde tako da to kažemo.
The gas station was my best bet. They'd have a phone I could use.
Gas
It looked like a
station.
long hike through the forest to
Vlada
get
radi
there.
tu. Ja bih voleo da snime mini seriju, znači recimo 5 epizoda po sat i po vremena. Jer ako bi snimali film, jako puno detalja ne bi mogli da stave. A ne treba ni da bude klasična serija, jer bi to jako razvodnili i jako razvukli. Znači neka mini serija. 4-5 epizoda od po sat i po vremena.
Hello?
Hello?
Is someone there?
The loose sheets of paper were pages from a manuscript entitled Departure. That was the name I planned to use for the next novel I had never gotten started. I was named the author. I hadn't written it. I couldn't remember writing it. In the scene on the page, the hero was attacked by an axe murderer in the woods at night.
F5.
Departure by Alan Wake. The man turned to face me. His face was covered in shadows. It was hard to make him out in the darkness of the forest that surrounded us, but the axe he lifted was plain to see. It glistened with the blood of his victim. He grinned madly. The shadows were alive, distorting his features. It was a scene from a nightmare, but I was awake.
Kako igramo, tako se piše knjiga, u stvari.
Anybody there? Please, I've been in an accident.
Da. Viči tako usred šume.
The lights up ahead were a good sign. Maybe I wouldn't have to hike all the way down to the gas station to find a phone.
Nemam baterijsku lampu. Holy shit.
Anybody there? Please, I've been in an accident. Hey! Hey, you!
Phil!
There's been an accident. I need help. Listen, I need to...
Premium cabins for rent in...
Oh, hell.
Carl Stuckey. Pleased to meet you. Non-refundable reservation deposit required. Fair and square.
Oh, Carl freaking Stuckey. What the frack? Carl?
The Taken stood before me. It was impossible to focus on it, as if it stood in a blind spot caused by a brain tumor and eye disease. It was bleeding shadows like ink underwater, like a cloud of blood from a shark bite. I was terrified. I squeezed the flashlight like my life depended on it, willing it to stop coming any closer. Suddenly something gave, and the light seemed to shine brighter.
Ali ja se izvinjavam, ja nemam. Ja nemam flashlight. Wow. Pičku. Gospodine Stacki.
I had to figure a way out of this. Any second
Ovo je
now,
kao
and Stuckey
scena
would be
iz
knocking on the
Shininga
door
kad
with his
Jack
axe like
Nicholson na
Nicholson
kraju
in
po
Shining.
pizdi i krene da rastura vrata. To. Now we have baterije. Nadam se da su one Duracellove, extra long, extra durable.
Trying. It's the latest.
Yes.
In
Bright Falls Sheriff Station. How may I...
Hello?
Mislim da nam je sjebo. Whoa, shit! Fucking hell! Holy motherfucker! Run, Vladimire! Phew.
The bulldozer had gone over the cliff with the office. I hoped Stucky had suffered the same fate, but I wasn't planning on staying to find out.
Ne.
There were more of them. My head pounded with the concussion. I'd never fired a gun outside a shooting range, and now I just killed someone. Or something. There were no bodies. They just disappeared. If I was dreaming, it felt real enough to make me sick. Eerie hand-painted graffiti was revealed by my flashlight. Someone had hidden a chest of supplies near it.
Chest of supplies. Čekaj, trojka beše, jest. Ej, jebi ga. Ej, jebi ga.
The dark forest was the last place I wanted to go, but I had no choice. I
U
had to
stvari,
get
ovo
to the
sam
gas
morao da
station.
uradim, da isključim struju ovde, da mogu da prođem. Gde si seksi? Evo vidiš, u redu. Nemoj bacati tu sikiru na mene. Kako su dobro u stvari napravili, nemate retikl za nišanjenje, nego vam je u stvari baterijska lampa, vam je i nišan, što se kaže, pokazuje gde treba da gađate. Carl Stucky. Jako su dobro uradili glasove. Voice acting je jako dobar u igri. Hajde da ovo probamo da zaobiđemo. Vidi pre. For freaking...
What the hell was that?
Ne znam i neću da istražujem.
When I saw the river below, something uncoiled itself inside my head. I realized that I'd have to find a way across. I didn't even want to look at the water.
Čisto sumnjam da ovde treba da se ide, ali... Ajde da pogledamo, možda su nešto sakrili ovde. Evo ga. Mislim da su ovi termosi samo najobičniji collectible, ništa drugo. Zdravo, Mihalk. Kako mi se za sada čini dizajn igre, pa mislim, dizajn je ostao isti, jedino što su nabuđili teksture. Možete videti uporedne videoklipove i slike, screenshotove na internetu kako izgleda.
Stucky was still out there, in the dark, stalking me.
Stucky. Gde ste, gospodine Stucky? Da vam staknem par metaka u glavu. A, vidi tamo. Gde si, Zele? Zdravo, Lazare. Far Cry. Far Cry, pa nemam tu igru. Nemam ni Far Cry, ni Far Cry, Lazare.
Barry Wheeler was bouncing off the walls. He jumped on a plane after his calls were ignored by both Al and Alice for several days. It could mean that they were both on a second honeymoon, but Barry didn't buy it. Al had been way too unstable for that, not sleeping, messed up. Barry had years of experience.
Barry Wheeler je moj agent.
And he couldn't ignore it. Something was wrong.
Jel ovo znači da sam ja sve ovo misovao? Nemoguće, čoveče, da sam toliko misovao page-eva. Ovde ima isto neki znakovi. Aha, gore nešto ima. A verovatno ovde u ovoj kući. The taken are filled with darkness. Litijumske baterije. Dobroveče, Neo. Zdravo, Kirile. Pa radilo bi ti samo što taj RAM od 2666 MHz ne bi radio na 2666, nego na 2400. Zdravo, Igorovski Igore. Kakav mi je horror film Saw? Ja sam iskreno gledao samo prvi Saw i dobar mi je. Nekako nikad nisam pogledao ostale. A plašim se da sa tolkom količinom tih Saw filmova, odnosno nastavaka, mislim da malo pada i kvalitet, ali who knows. Čekaj, li ja ovuda treba da idem? Ne. A viš ovo ja treba nešto, s ovim ja treba nešto da se poigram. Možda ne.
The staircase was broken. I had to make my way up some other way.
Aha. Okej, šta ima tamo? Dobro. O, dobar dan. Mislim da ovog desno nisam ubio. Jesam. Nice. Pa da, ne ide po redu.
I heard them before I saw them, swooping down from the sky and screeching as they came. I spun around just as the cloud was upon me. For an instant, I stared into 100 dead eyes, black pearls glittering in the darkness.
Flare, da, za gomilu protivnika dobar.
Fireworks. Feathers burned, turned into ash. I couldn't hear my scream above theirs.
Da, tu ima i one ptice koje su pozesovane. Opa, shotgun. Tako brzo se dobija šotika, a? Neću ja još njega. Što bi rekao luk sačmara. Spooky atmosferica. Eno ga termos. Mislim da su termosi, da, collectiblesi obični. Šta treba sa onim? Možda. A, pa da. Koji sam ja sad tu pomerio? Verovatno ovaj ovde. Ovde treba da se popnem. Ja mislim da nisu, ja mislim da su najobičniji collectiblesi. Ali... vidjet ćemo. Stvarno se ne sećam. Ali je creepy. Shotgun ammo.
Well, I was just outside for a breath of fresh air, and what a night. I know most of you are probably in your beds by now, but if you're still up and around, take a moment. Step outside for a spell and breathe in deep. The weather is absolutely still. The sky is crystal clear. It's like the forest is quietly breathing along with you. As you listeners know.
Pa da, ja mislim da su to, ko što kaže, Virtuos Collectibles. Desi Demon Killer. Da, jedna od najboljih igara iz 360 ere. Ćao, ćao, nismo se dugo čuli.
Hello, Maurice. What are you up to?
Well, I was just taking Toby on his walk.
Oh, isn't it beautiful out there?
Sure, but Pat, the reason I called is that Toby heard something rustling in the undergrowth and took off after it, and I couldn't find it.
Probably a rabbit.
Sure. Toby loves rabbits.
Well, sure.
Anyway, I figured that, you know, if anyone runs into Toby, they could grab him. My number's on his collar.
And Toby's a friendly dog?
Toby loves people. Usually he comes
Nestao je Toby pas.
far from home, and it sounds like he went pretty wild there. Great dog, but he's just too dumb for his own good.
Well, Maurice, it's out there now. Hope
Nema
Toby comes home
inventory.
soon.
Yeah, thanks.
Nema
You have a good night
inventorija. Nije termosi su collectiblesi. O? O? Sad sam već pretty sure da su collectiblesi. Pa ne znam da li se pravi nastavak za Alan Wake.
At first, I kept finding the pages as if by accident. The book I couldn't remember was either a terrible and true prophecy or an act of creation that had rewritten the world. I began to hunt the pages feverishly, for they held the answer to the mystery. With it, I could save myself. With it, I could save Alice.
Eno je gas station na
The
vidiku.
gas station was closer now, its light welcoming in the darkness.
Paul makes the best dogs in the state. Belly Burster is the best with no coat. Monster Dog is second best. The famous dog is third.
Ah, fuck. Come on, Stucky. Show yourself. Where are you, Mr. Stucky? Where are you? Opa! Malo sam se zajebao. Tamo sam video još jedan page. Eno je. Holy motherfuckers. Ah! Jebote, to će me još ubiti. Biti. Aaaa, ubili me jebote. A se kreću kao ludije.
Well, I was just outside for a breath of fresh air, and what a night. I know most of you...
Dobro, ovo smo već pročitali.
The gas station was closer now, its light welcoming in the darkness.
Paul makes the best dogs in the state. Belly Burster is the best with no coat. Monster Dog is second best. The famous dog is third.
This page is mine. Ajde pucaj jebote, koliko ti treba da izvadiš taj... Pa baš mu dosta treba da zameni oružje, ej. Vadi iz džepa sa čmaru.
I stepped into the gas station's garage. It was dark and quiet. The place was a mess. It looked like someone trashed the place or that there'd been some kind of fight. Light spilled into the room through an open door at the back, and I made my way toward it. Without any warning, I was blinded by a bright light. An old portable TV on the shelf had come alive by itself. Impossibly, I could see myself on the screen, talking like a madman.
Ha. Oh, fuck. Prži to njega i bez boosta, ali mnogo sporije. Najgore je što kad me... Opa! Fuck! Gde je onaj prolaz? Šta sam se ja sad izgubio? For fuck's sake, gde je onaj prolaz sad? Bez veze trošim municiju jer sam se izgubio, ne znam gde je sad prolaz do stanice. Svetlo je moj prijatelj. Fu, jebem ti. Da, kad uđem u svetlo, nafiluje mi health. Peš mi sve ako ja sad znam gde sam, ej. Veče minigun. Gde si, Balkan UFO? Konačno sam pronašao. Jebote. Napatih se ovde. A, ovde ima nešto. Evo ga. Što čuju neko disanje. Gde ste, gospodine Staki? Okej, ovo je, mislim, vreme za...
The cabin on Cauldron Lake? She asked. The sheriff looked at me suspiciously. The early morning light flooded through the office windows. I would probably never have gotten out of the woods alive without her help, but I couldn't tell her the truth of what I'd faced the previous night. She'd think I was lying or crazy. She'd lock me up, and she wouldn't help me find Alice.
Ha, još ću ja na kraju ispasti kriv zbog smrti. U stvari zbog nestanka Alice. A, bakterije. A, shotgun.
Science. It bestows immortality on those who advance it to elevate all of mankind. Newton, Einstein, Sagan, princes among men. But the price for such a legacy is steep indeed. In night...
Ovo je kao zona sumraka.
Tonight's episode, a quantum suicide. If our lives are already written, it would take a courageous man to change the script. Having called a press conference, Dr. Barclay Colvin is about to demonstrate that very courage.
Ladies and gentlemen of the press, I am Dr. Barclay Colvin, and I'm glad so many of you could join me here at the Moorcock Institute. Tonight, I'm going to give a practical demonstration of the many worlds interpretation. As you can see, this is a loaded 9mm pistol. It shall be part of a thought experiment. And now, a real experiment, known as a quantum suicide.
Did he say suicide? Is that a real gun? He's kidding, right?
Please, please, stay calm. There is no risk. Observe what occurs when I place the weapon against my own forehead. Now, you might think this round is merely a dud. Not so. Observe the flower pot. And yet, I myself cannot be harmed with this gun. With each pull of the trigger, two new realities branch off. One in which the weapon didn't fire, and one where it did. With my machine here, I have ensured that this reality is always the former. I have bestowed upon myself quantum immortality. Under no circumstances can this gun kill me.
So wait. What you're saying is that every time you pull the trigger, in another reality, you die?
Yes, of course, but that's completely trivial. There's an infinite number of things that could happen at any moment. accident, and they always do happen somewhere.
Jao, isključio mašinu.
One thing did not happen here.
You're insane, Colvin.
Insane? Insane? Hey, was this thing supposed to be plugged in? I stumbled on it.
You fools! Gaze upon quantum immortality.
Oh.
Poor Dr. Colvin, felled by his own hubris or the ignorance of the masses. Perhaps he should have left the crate unopened, the decaying atom unobserved. Curiosity often kills the cat. In
Night Springs. Biće još tih epizoda, jako su dobre epizode. Kao zone sumraka, otprilike, samo naravno kraće. What the frack? Okej. Staki! Hoću onu dvojicu.
Stucky's body vanished, leaving behind only a lifetime of nightmares to come, assuming I'd reach the lights of the gas station alive.
Ha. Kafa. Cvrc. Nešto tu treba još uraditi. Možda ovo pogoditi? Ne verujem. Možda ovo pogoditi? Ne. A možda samo uraditi use, Vladimir, ali nije mi prvi put pokazao kad sam prišao. Zbog toga sam se pogubio. Dobro večer, čikažare. Nisu novi engine pravili. Nisu novi engine radili, samo su veće teksture ubacili.
I recognized the parade float I had seen in Bright Falls when I first arrived with Alice.
Mislim, malo su naravno morali da rade optimizaciju, ali nisu ništa nešto puno što se tiče toga radili u smislu novi engine ili nešto iz početka.
After the insanity I just experienced in the darkness, the lights of the gas station felt comforting, at least for a moment. The sane world reasserted itself. Stucky spat on the garage floor and tried to shake the cobwebs from his head. Ever since the couple never showed to pick up the keys, things had been fuzzy. Something, a feeling caught his attention. Stucky looked up and stared as his brain tried in vain to process the horror before him. He stumbled back, knocking over a can of oil. A black pool spread across the floor while he struggled for a brief moment, then let go as the unrelenting darkness engulfed him.
Stvarno bi bilo jako dobro da neko napravi film ili još bolje neku...
The Deer Fest had been 2 weeks away when we arrived. If the day count on the banner was right, I was missing a whole week between the night we got here and now.
Jebote, da. Kao cela nedelja je prošla od kad su oni došli pa do ovog momenta. Kao, šta se desilo sa celom nedeljom? Bilo bi super kad bi neko napravio, kažem, opet neki film ili još bolje seriju gde, Darkness, prekriva sve i neke figure se pojavljuju, odnosno humani koji su,
The garage was a mess. It looked like someone had trashed the place, or that there'd been some kind of fight.
Please do not recycle.
All right. I'll keep writing. Outside, there's only darkness. Outside the cabin, outside the story, there's only darkness. I can feel her presence in the dark. Just now, I could smell her perfume in the room. I'll reach her, I'll fix it up. I'll bring her back. The story will come true. If I stop, she's lost.
Mislim da PS4 možda nađeš za 200, onaj Pro za 240-250 eura. Ćao, Tamara. Mislim da tako možeš da pronađeš za tu cenu. Pro. Sad u suštini, sve zavisi koliko igara dobiješ, koliko kontrolera dobiješ. Ne znam, navikao sam Kalu. Nekad ne mogu da se setim naših reči, pa onda ne znam kako da se izrazim, pa onda ubacim englesku reč.
Bright Falls Sheriff Station.
Oh, thank God, Sheriff.
Sheriff Sarah Breaker. You are...
I'm Alan Wake, but listen. I was in a car crash. My wife, Alice, she's missing.
Calm down, Mr. Wake.
We were staying in a cabin on the island, on
Mislim da
Cauldron
ti
Lake.
ne
There's
veruje.
no island on Cauldron Lake. Not since the big eruption in the 70s.
Please, I can take you there, okay?
You look like you've taken a pretty bad knock to the head.
Kaže da uopšte ne postoji ono
Are
ostrvo
you okay?
na Cauldron Lake.
Listen.
We'll figure this out. Please get in the car. We'll swing by the lake and then we'll go to the station, okay? Mr. Wake, have you seen Stucky, the guy who owns this place?
I realized I couldn't tell her what had happened in the forest. She wouldn't have believed me. And then she wouldn't have helped me with Alice.
Kaže, ostrvo uopšte ne postoji na Cauldron Lake-u, još je bila neka erupcija tamo 70-ih godina i kao ne postoji. Potopljeno je ostrvo, nestalo je, uništeno u toj erupciji. Urađeno je u epizodama, odlično je.
Previously on Alan Wake. I came to Bright Falls with my wife, Alice.
Thank you for coming here with me.
Evo, vidiš zašto govorim serija, serija.
Now, she's missing.
Alice? Alice?
I woke up behind the wheel of a crashed car. I'm missing a week. I was attacked by shadowy men straight from a nightmare. The sheriff took me to the lake Alice and I had stayed at, but the cabin had disappeared.
Taken. Pre 3 godine.
Honey, I'm home.
Back here, sweetie. How was it?
Worst weather I've ever seen.
You should put some coffee on. It'll warm you up. Hey, handsome. This is gonna be a long night, but these shots are turning out great.
I guess you're gonna need that coffee then. I'll go put it on.
Šta je to stiglo, ej? Novi TV, čoveč. CC marka.
Coffee's on.
Great, thanks. I'll need it if I'm gonna finish this by tomorrow.
Ali je zavelo, bog te vide ovo.
Oh, hey, I just finished those cover mock-ups. They're on your desk. Tell me what you think.
No kidding. I didn't think you'd get them done this quickly.
On occasion, I can perform all sorts of miracles, my dear.
Oh, really?
Well, you seemed to think so last night.
Mock-upi ovde, da, za ovaj cut-out.
These look really good.
Oh, sure, until Barry gets his hands on them. Which, by the way, will happen over my dead body. The last time was the last time. Oh, and speaking of Barry, he called.
Opa.
Alan!
Evo me.
Alan!
Evo me.
Check the fuse box.
Evo,
I'm right
evo.
here. I'm on it, honey.
Please hurry.
Check the fuse box.
Honey, it's a power outage. I've got the flashlight.
Okay. Hi.
You okay?
I'm sorry. It just really spooked me.
Don't worry. We'll just break out the candles.
I know it's stupid, but it's just... Especially when I'm not prepared for it, you know? It gets to me.
I love you.
Tell me a story, writer.
Okay. I used to have these nightmares when I was a kid. The dark really spooked me, too. When it got really bad, my mom gave me this old light switch. She called it the clicker.
The clicker, huh?
Yeah. If I ever got scared of the dark, I could just flip the switch and a magic light would scare the monsters away.
Oh, sure.
Here it is.
Alan.
Maybe it'll help you, too.
Yeah, nice story, writer boy. You made that up right now, didn't you?
No. Seriously.
Romantika, da.
Even if you are a liar. Thanks for this.
Ali je zazimilo, bog te. Bright follows the present day.
How do you feel, Mr. Wake? Any nausea, disorientation, anything like that? Mr. Wake, how are you feeling?
I'm okay. My head's fine. I had to lie about my headache and memory loss. He'd send me to a hospital for tests. I couldn't leave without Alice.
Very well. I don't think you have a concussion, but you've obviously been through quite a shock. You should take it easy for a couple of days.
Thanks.
Well then, Mr. Wake, we're done here. If the pain gets any worse or you experience any other symptoms, you should come see me. I'll let you get on with it then. Sarah, Sheriff Breaker, is waiting for you. She's very good at her job. I'm sure she can locate your wife in no time.
Doc Nelson was the image of a small-town doctor. Sheriff Breaker had called him to the station to take a look at the cut in my head.
Šta kaže, nikako u igrici da naprave dobru animaciju za ljubljenje. Sve nešto ko šuntavi se ljube.
I'm sorry you had to cut your morning fishing short for this, Doc.
Oh, she's a beauty, ain't she? Not the biggest I ever caught, if you can believe that coming from an old fisherman like me, but she's right up there. Now, she's a largemouth bass, which is what you're after if you prefer a lure. Now, if you want either trout or salmon, on the other hand, then it's fly fishing for you. You a fishing man, Mr. Wake? Oh, doesn't really matter, I suppose. But it can be very relaxing out there. You can't get me off the water this time of year. Closest thing to heaven.
I'll take your word for it, Doc.
Ako nekom treba tastatura. Richard, Bruce, Jakob. On a camping trip over you haven't been in contact. Ovi su bili na kampovanju I nestali.
I'll be sure to take care of it, Miss Weaver. Have a nice day now. Very good. I'll come back.
Come in, Mr. Wake. Your
Oh.
phone's on the desk. The
Awesome.
battery was dead. It's charged now.
Have you started
Thank
looking
you.
for my wife yet?
My men are already on it. Now, can you tell me what happened?
I'm not sure. I can't remember. We were arguing. I walked out of the cabin.
The cabin on Cauldron Lake?
How did you end up at Stucky's gas station?
I wanted to tell her what had happened last night, but I couldn't. She'd lock me up. Excuse me. I need to take this. Hello?
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
Stop talking to the law. You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife again.
Who is this?
Go to the back lot. There's a hole in the fence on the left. Look inside the junker. I left a little something there to convince you we're all on the same page here. After you ditch the cops, you're gonna meet me in Elderwood National Park. There's a spot called Lover's Peak.
Mr. Wake, can I help you with anything?
Don't do nothing stupid, pal. We're watching you.
I need to get some air. The sheriff said I could go out back.
Of course, Mr. Wake. You can get there through the cell corridor.
Hey, mister! Hey, can you turn the lights on? The deputies, they don't understand. They won't. Thank you, man, thank you. Hey, you're all right. You're a good guy. Don't let anybody tell you different. You know, I shouldn't even be in here. The cops, they got it all wrong. See, sure, I beat him up, but I wasn't drunk. I mean, I wasn't drunk at the time. I only got drunk afterward. Okay, listen. You gotta listen carefully now. Here's the kicker. That wasn't Danny. No, sir. It only looked like him. You wanna know who it really was? I'll tell you who it really was. It was a goddamn space alien! I know it sounds like something a drunk would say, but believe me, I wasn't.
Malo mu je ova šipka ušla u glavu. Vidi ga, sad će pasti još.
I told him.
It's true what they say about the fall and the sudden stop at the end. I'd lain here in the snow while the lurid chain of scenes that had led me here kept playing in my head. A rerun of my own private snuff movie. A memory of my corpse. Alone at my own wake. Thinking in metaphors again. The femme fatale was gone. Only a sour taste remained of the kiss that killed me.
Yeah, well, I don't.
This was a late goodbye. 13 years after I'd gotten my revenge, it had finally caught up with me. It had been a long time to bear the pain. My blood painted the snow red. A gruesome slushy dissolved all the scattered painkillers and leisurely dripped down to the sewer, mingling with the bile of the city, becoming one with it. I can see them now, my wife and my baby. Honey, I'm home.
In spite of its human mask, to describe the dark presence as intelligent would have implied human qualities on something decidedly inhuman. Nonetheless, it found the one spot in the diner that was dark enough. Some light spilled into the corridor, ravaging it. But it took the pain. Horrible as it was, the writer would soon fix that. He would be coming to the one place where it still had power. The early morning light hurt my eyes and made my head ache. The man on the phone had said, go through the fence on the left.
Čekaj da ja vidim šta je ovo ovde.
Well, folks, it's been another long night, and it's about time for me to sign off for a while. God knows I need my beauty sleep. Just one more item before I go. It's been a busy night for the Sheriff's Department. We've had a few broken windows, even a report of shots fired on Main Street. Deputies Mulligan and Thornton had to deal with two intoxicated young men who were celebrating the completion of their Deerfest float. Now, folks, we get this every year. I know it's exciting, the big day's almost here, but let's save it for the party and leave the gunplay for the shooting competition, huh? There's no point in getting all worked up yet.
The caller had told me to find a hole in the fence behind the police station. There was something for me in an abandoned car.
Ujebot, ali je snažan ovaj Wake.
Alice's driver's license had been placed on the front seat. The caller meant business.
Barry?
Ow! Ow! Thank God! Where the hell have you been? I've been trying to reach you for a week, you and Alice. I've been worried sick. I flew out yesterday. I'm here in Bright Falls.
Barry, listen to me. I'm at the sheriff's station. Come and get me. I can't talk now.
Ow! What the hell is going on?
I had to get the sheriff to let me go. I needed to get to Elderwood National Park to meet Alice's kidnappers.
Exit the sheriff station.
A writer is a light that reveals the world of his story from darkness, shapes it from nothingness. The way a sculptor carves a statue from a block of granite. If I stop, the world I'm making dies. Darkness will reclaim it. It's a long, hard journey into the dark. Alice's life is at stake, but I can't think about that, or I'll lose it. The dread lingers at the edge of perception. I'll push on. Anything is possible here. I'll write the story. I'll save her.
Marvelous, Sarah. I just wanted to settle all the damage the Anderson brothers might have inadvertently caused on their recent and regrettable little outing. They are not accountable for their actions, of course. I can assure you that my staff has been reprimanded.
Tor and Odin never caused any trouble.
Are you feeling any better, Mr. Wake?
I'd like to leave. Am I free to go?
Well, we still need to talk about...
Am I under arrest?
No, of course not. But I need to know where you'll be staying so I can get in touch with you.
I'd avoid the motel. The Majestic is known for its roaches. The cabins at Elderwood are pretty nice, though.
That sounds perfect.
I'm Dr. Emil Hartman. I'd like to invite you to stay at Cauldron Lake Lodge.
Did you talk to my wife?
I had the pleasure of discussing your situation with her on several occasions.
Did you set something up with her?
I invited her here. My clinic is a place where...
Oh! Hey! Oh my!
Take it easy.
Hey, nobody move! Get your hands off of my client!
Who are you?
I'm Barry Wheeler, his agent. If you have business with Mr. Wake, you talk to me. You yokels won't know what hit you once I sick my lawyers on your asses.
No harm done, Sarah. I'm all right. I don't want to press charges. Mr. Wake, my offer still stands.
Get me out of here.
What the hell was that about, Al? We don't need a replay of that thing with the paparazzi. I thought they were gonna lock you up.
Vidi ga što ima košulju, ej.
I had to talk to someone. I told Barry everything. He thought I was certifiable, but when he heard about the manuscript, I had him. The fact that I'd written something, even if I couldn't remember it, was enough for him. He smelled money. And he believed that Alice had been kidnapped. Anything beyond that was another story. I had a midnight appointment with the kidnapper at a place called Lover's Peak, somewhere in Elderwood National Park. The plan was to rent a cabin.
I don't like it, Al. I don't like any of it. It's not good. In fact, it's the absolute opposite of good.
Mr. Wake! Barry, you found him.
Hi, Rose.
Oh, wow. I was just thinking about you, too.
Great.
I was just bringing Rusty some coffee. He's on the balcony, looking after Max. Poor thing. I really need to go. Great to see you again, Mr. Wake. Later!
Who's Max?
What an airhead.
Jeez, Mr. Takes a swing at everybody. This is not her fault. She's a very nice girl and, more importantly, a fan. She even has a fan site dedicated to you.
The skeleton of Colombian mammoth. Yep.
Seriously, Al, what you were saying in the car, just listen to yourself. What, you shot a guy and his body just disappeared? When was the last time you slept? What, are you high? Have you been drinking?
No! Look, Barry, I'm missing a week, and someone's got Alice.
Do you understand what it sounds like when you say stuff like that? Don't get me wrong, it's a good story, could be a bestseller. But when you start confusing fiction with reality, you're buying yourself a ticket to the funny farm.
Wait here.
Easy there, boy. I'm almost done.
Hey, Rusty, right? You rent cabins.
Oh, Mr. Wake. I'd shake your hand, but mine are kind of full here. Actually, I'm sorry about this. Would you mind grabbing the registration form from the desk? It's just across from Bucktooth Charlie.
Okay, sure.
Bucktooth Charlie.
What happened?
Seriously, Al, you can't just go and meet a kidnapper. Those situations always end up in disaster. You gotta talk to the cops.
She's my wife, and it's my call. Can we talk about this later?
No. This whole thing... Listen, you hit your head.
I think this is the form you wanted.
And here are the keys. Okay, you're all set, Mr. Wake. Glad to have you staying here.
Thanks. Can you tell me how to get to Lover's Peak?
Oh, sure. It's at the end of the nature trail. Just follow the paths, you'll get to it eventually. It's an easy walk. Nice spot, too. If you have any trouble finding it, just keep your eyes on the radio mast. It's right below that.
Nešto mi govori da ćemo morati ići skroz tamo.
If you're trying to pull a joke on me, freak me out, it's working. Ha-ha, let's have a laugh on Barry. Well, you had me going there real funny, Al. You can quit it now.
Ček da vidimo da li može ovdje da se izađe. Ne može.
You're asking me to believe that you shot a dude who went poof into thin air, a guy who was bulletproof until you pointed a flashlight at him.
Ala priča ovaj Barry.
You hear that from people who end up spending time in padded rooms.
Shut up.
To their beds, wearing white shirts with... That's just crazy talk, Al. Al? Al? We should go to the sheriff or call the FBI.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her!
This is not a goddamn debate, Barry. I'm going to Lover's Peak. He said to come alone.
Okay then. I understand. You're my best friend and I'm worried that you're not right in the head. Tell me what to do to help and I'll do it.
You stay here, and if I'm not back by morning, call the cavalry.
Na zdravlje.
Just be careful with the natives, Al. These yokels are dangerous.
Yokels.
Everybody hates a tourist, or it'll be deliverance all over again.
Šta kaže ovdje? Priroda je prelepa. O, vidi ovaj hot tub, a?
I'll wait here, Al. I'll hold down the fort. I'll be with you in spirit every step of the way, Al. Walking the door now.
Melje kao... Melje za medalju.
The kidnapper fired his gun one last time, and the shadow vanished into the darkness it had come from. See? Nothing to it, Wake. The thought of Alice in his hands was revolting. We stood on the wooden platform of Lover's Peak, the waterfall in the mountain behind us, the lights of the radio mast blinking red in the heights above. I fought with the urge to take a swing, force myself to speak. Let's cut the act now. Where's my wife? Alice looked through the viewfinder, lining up the shot. Cauldron Lake was breathtaking. Something caught her eye. A figure standing in the shadows behind the cabin, like a thin woman in a black dress. She lowered the camera and looked again. No one there. Just a collection of bushes that looked vaguely human-shaped. She shook her head and laughed. Barry had never gotten along with Alice, but he knew Alan loved her with an almost frightening intensity. And now something had happened to Alice. And here was Al armed with a gun and saying things people got put in padded cells for. It was as if his friend had experienced a massive psychotic episode and was now totally disconnected from reality. It scared the shit out of Barry.
Ali ja još imam ove tandraljare? Nemam. Jao.
Barry had the keys to the car he rented. Wasn't a long walk to the visitor center, and it wouldn't be any use to me in the forest.
Ah, taman sam mislio kolima da ode. Okej, ajmo peške.
I knew I should have gone to the cops. This wasn't the smartest thing I'd ever done, but I was still angry with Barry for trying to talk me out of it. These people had called me right in the sheriff's station. The cops wouldn't scare them, and they had Alice.
For fuck's sake. Možda sam hoće da vidim da li ima nešto ovdje okolo. Nema.
Welcome back to the show, folks. As promised, our very own Dr. Nelson has just parked his rear end in the studio. Doc, what's your Deerfest plan like?
My plan? You make it sound a lot more organized than I ever seem to manage. No plan, really. Just taking the atmosphere. I'm getting a little too rickety to do much more than
Rickety?
that, you know.
Oh, tell me about it. No sack race for us older gentlemen, huh?
Yes, exactly, Pat. But I'm going to check out the parade, of course. And I'll be one of the pie contest judges, too.
Well, that takes a different kind of constitution.
Oh, yeah, it's my kind of exercise.
Now, Doc, seriously, you're in pretty good shape, though. You're the outdoors type. I know for a fact you're an avid fisherman.
That's right. Matter of fact, just caught a heck of a largemouth bass early this morning.
But you're not taking part in the fishing contest?
No, not this year. See, Pat, I'm just not that competitive anymore. Now I just like to take my time and enjoy the peace of it. It's no fun if I need to worry about what I'm catching, you know?
Well, considering your track record, the participants are probably pretty happy you feel that way.
Well, Pat, that's kind of you to say.
Jebote, je li ovde neko stajao na prozoru? Te si, Amare, ćao. Neko je prošao. Znači, uvatio sam ga, ono, perifernim vidom. Taman kako sam krenuo da se okrećem kad su ovi završili sa pričom. Wow, what the frack? Okej. Bez preteranog drmusanja. Moonshine Cave. Ovo je... Opa. Wow. Ovo je sve nešto rastureno ovde.
Crime and punishment. The cancer and cure of civilization. But some crimes are impossible to punish, especially in Night Springs. Tonight's episode, The Man in the Mirror.
He's inside, Agent. He's a weird one. So, you're confessing to killing that guy, huh? Why?
Had it coming?
Yeah, but why would you do that? I mean, you're a nice guy. Normal. Took a kid to a soccer game. So how come at the game, you pick a guy and, quoting from the arresting officer's report here, assault the victim's head area repeatedly with the weapon of choice being a pair of bare fists? Wow, that sentence really flows, huh? Maybe you're not the literary type. Okay, so you mess him up. But why? Who was that guy? We couldn't ID him. Why would a guy like you do him like that?
I didn't like his face?
Well, you must have hated it, because you really went to town there. I mean, there's no way to tell what he looked like. No ID on him either.
That must be difficult.
But then we ran the fingerprints. Got a match. Your prints. Identical.
Huh, how about that?
Your son said you were wearing a white shirt when you took him to the game. The white shirt is on the dead guy.
It's plenty red now.
You won't get away with this.
Do you really think that's in any way relevant to me? I had plenty of time to talk to my boy before the cops arrived, you know? He won't stop screaming, am I right? You think he's ever gonna be okay? I left my mark. Believe me.
You bastard.
What? You gonna shoot me? What's the point? I'm going to prison. You got me.
I don't understand any of this.
And you never will. Don't worry. Maybe you'll see me again, Agent. Maybe in the mirror.
Rose knew that Rusty was in love with her, and she liked him too. She liked him a lot. He taught her to dance, and life had certainly taught her the value of a man who was gentle. He treated her well, made her smile, made her feel good. But Rusty wasn't the prince of her dreams, and that tended to underline the unbearable truth. She was no closer to that Hollywood magic than he was.
Rose, to je ona... što radi u onom kafeu.
The air in the visitor center was heavy with an awful smell, as if some rotten drowned thing had crawled up from its grave. Rusty kept coughing blood. My eyes were drawn to the twisted shape of his broken leg. The attack had been vicious. Max whined in his cage. Rusty's eyes were wild with fear and terror. He gasped. Mr. Wake, it happened just the way it was on that page. The vision left me weak. This was no head injury.
Rusty, hang on! I'm coming!
Please, help me! Anybody? Help me! Help me!
Stižem, Rusty.
Can you hear me? Anyone? Please help!
Mr. Wake? Oh, hell. It happened just the way it was on that page. I found. Came true. It knew. So dark. It'll come back for me. You must... The lights. In the office. I have the key.
Okay, Rusty. Hang on. I'll be right back. Whatever did this couldn't be far. Rusty had found a page from the manuscript. It would help me understand what had happened.
Ček, moramo otići do ofisa.
The only way to make sure that Rusty was safe was to get the power running and the lights back on. The visitor center was sturdy, but the impact turned the front of the building into splinters. Rusty was thrown across the lobby like a rag doll and hit the far wall hard. It didn't hurt until he tried to move and saw his leg bend the wrong way, felt the broken ribs stabbing him on the inside. Rusty howled in pain and fear, suddenly afraid to die alone.
Shit. Dobro večer, Luka. Pa, zdravo tića. Neću igrati Marko, nemam igru.
At the last instant, I changed direction and threw myself down. The axe splintered the trunk of a tree. I stumbled into the pool of bright light. My lungs burned. I was too exhausted to move. I tensed as I waited for the killing blow, but it never came. I raised my head. Nothing moved in the darkness beyond. For the moment, bathed in the cold light, I was safe.
Oh, shit.
I was too late. Someone had destroyed the circuit breaker. There was no way to get the lights back on.
Holy fuck.
Rusty! Rusty!
The ground was covered with oily patches that looked like liquid darkness.
Hunters need hunting licenses.
Šta se desilo sa Rastijem?
Something had torn a mammoth-sized hole in the wall.
Please don't feed the animals.
Fuck. Mislim da je Rasti isto postao.
Fishing is only permitted for those visitors who purchase a park fishing license.
Shit. Opa. Wrong way, Vladimire. Gde si, Rasti? Daj da... Evo ga.
At all times.
Rusty? Rusty, no!
Never. Two bears and wolves never approach any other closer than 25 yards. Pets must be leashed. Never leave your pet unattended.
Ne mogu da ga nahvatam, brz je.
It is against the law to remove any natural objects or historical artifacts from the park. This includes even rocks you may find along the river, or even simple berries.
O bog te, ali je brz. Dobar dan, želim. Rasti hoće da me nasikira, da. Jako je dobar. Opa. Jako je dobar voice acting u igri. A. God damn it. Barry?
What the hell was that? I saw it from the window. I saw something.
Forget about it, Barry. It's just me going crazy.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. You're not crazy. I wish you were crazy, but you're not crazy. Ow, be careful.
Stay in the cabin. Don't open the door for anyone. I mean it.
Znam da ima u igri neka mesta gde možeš naći isto ove collectiblese, ove termose i manuscript page-ove. Čekaj samo da vidim. Evo ga ovdje vidiš. Kakav pogled.
In that last instant of consciousness, Rusty thought about Rose. He was older than she was. Rose was barely out of her teens, but she made him feel young and forget what a train wreck his long-dead marriage had been. He still wore the ring. He'd been waiting for her to tell him to take it off. Now she never would.
Ne znam, Rocke, ne sjećam se. Ne znam, mislim da ćemo ići u neku pećinu, ali sad konkretno šta se u njoj desilo, vidjet ćemo. Ja sam igrao ovu igru davno, ali ne sećam se nekih stvari. Ne sećam se malo više od nekih stvari. Da budem iskren.
Lover's Peak was at the far end of the nature trail.
Hajde samo da vidim, više ovde nešto ima. Evo neka pećina, ja mislim. Aha, ovde ima ovaj stash. O, da li je to sačmara? Jeste. I flerić. The cave was a site of frequent and lucrative bootlegger activity through the prohibition. It was mostly used for temporary storage of alcohol smuggled from Canada, but at times alcohol was also distilled on the premises. Da, ovo su pećinu kao koristili šverceri alkohola za vreme prohibicije u Americi. Mislim da ovdje ima onaj generator da se agrega... Opa. Oli, moli... Ne. Shit. Baš sam krenuo na tu stranu. Kako si me pogodio? Pa tu ima nešto i sa strane. Okej. Tačno sam ga čuo sa strane da mi dolazi. Jebem li vam nano. Lover's Peak. Ok, ovdje će biti zebancije. Gde ste? Trči, Vlado, bre, ovde na svetlo. Trči! Run! Svetlo. Svetlo. Ovo je neki veliki. Ovo je neki bio malo jači. Ajde se vratimo u svetlo da napunimo health. Ima ih tamo, vidi ga. Great Old One, felled by lightning, a uništio ga grom. Preko 200 godina staro drvo. Samo da vidim da nema ovde nešto. Nema. Ne, nije to zbog toga, Matija. Nije to zbog toga, nismo mi iteme izgubili zato što smo prešli iz epizode u epizodu. Nanu tvoju. Kako vole, da sve te zaobilaze. Tačno se trude da ti ono priđu sa strane. Čekaj da vidim da li nešto ovde ima. Mi smo... Fuck. Pali agregat. Čekaj, ja nemam više.
I turned the corner, afraid of what the flashlight's beam might reveal. Suddenly, a roughly painted symbol of a torch glowed in the light. Behind it, hidden by a rock, sat a battered metal trunk. It was here for a reason. Packed with supplies, batteries, flares, ammo. Things you need to make it through the darkness of the night. Something left behind by someone who knew what I knew, and more.
Da, to sam teo... Da, nemam više. Autofamo, okej. Fuck, šta se ovo čuje? Okej, buddy. Napeto je. Ko u kafe aparatu. Jebote, šta vas je? Ovo je veliki gmaz. Oh, really? Oh, fuck. Izgubio sam se. Ne! A sam se izvukao. A, brate mili, ajde odbite jebote. Begaj bre, Vladimire, jebote. Jao, ne može on da trči. Au, jebote. A, odakle si me pogodio s tom? Dobre, puni se health. Daj da se napunimo ovde pod svetlom. Jebote, a su uporni da mi dođu glave. Kako sam se ovde zabio, a sam se izvukao. Samo sam spamovao ovaj shift za dodge. Okej, ček da vidimo šta ima ovde. For your safety, stay on the hiking trail. Sam se izvukao, iste sekunde dobijem. A brate, bacaju te sekire kao da su indijanci, evo. Pa gde je taj Lover's Peak? Mene bi već prošla ljubav dok ne dođem do Lover's Peaka. Ja bi se već odljubio. Dates from 1846, the year of the Oregon Treaty. Pazi po godovima, kako godine, ono... Kad je izašla uopšte ova igra, ja sam to totalno zaboravio. Cvrcko, vitaminčić. Moći ćemo ovdje da preskočimo.
Agent Nightingale didn't want to be in Bright Falls. These little communities
2010.
And he didn't like the trees or the coffee. He now knew that impossible horrors lurked behind the storefronts and smiles. He desperately wanted to turn the car around and just drive until he passed out or ran out of road and booze. But he had a job to do. He had a rider to catch, at any cost.
Ooh, Nightingale, agent. FBI možda. Ovo mi ima malo vibe ovog Silent Hill Downpoura. Sećate se, ono isto smo kroz neki nacionalni park prolazili. Dobra je to igra. 14. svibanj 2000... Šta je svibanj? Jebeš ga, ne znam šta je svibanj. Wow, shit. Opa. Maj.
Come on, we gotta get moving. More of them coming.
Come with me if you want to live.
That flashlight's kid stuff. The flares won't keep the bastards away.
Ko je ovaj
You can see them
komandos?
too? Hell, of course I see them. Come on, we gotta move.
Why?
Because that's the way the story goes.
Hold down.
Yeah, but
Aha.
Let's move.
I
Dobro.
lost my gun back
Ako
there.
se setim.
Oh, I've got a gun. Just keep that light steady on him.
It took a moment, but then I recognized him. He'd been on the ferry when I first arrived here with Alice. He knew my name. We were headed in the direction of Lover's Peak. There was no way this was a coincidence. He was the kidnapper.
Come on, Wake. You better keep up.
Oho! Wow! Derane! Oklen si ti došao, Derane! Što volim te iznad leđne. Jebem li ti nanu, ajde. Udri ga! Ovaj ne može vola da uvode. Ajde ubi ga, molim te. Vi što se povlači pička mu materina.
That's right.
Aj, kako sad izgleda kad se stakuješ na neko drvo ili... Palim ti ga, Bože. Daj ti meni pištolj, uzmi ti baterijsku lampu, molim te. Hvala.
Lover's Peak. Right up these stairs, Wake. Use the flares from the emergency box to hold them off while I get these boards off.
Čekaj, tamo sam video nešto da svetli. Mislim. Neće ti on dati pištolj.
Yeah, no can do, Wake.
Are you kidding? Give me the gun!
No time for back talk. Hold them off, damn it.
Holy moly.
Just a little longer. Scare them off. Get some light on those bastards. That'll keep them off us.
Ne mogu, nemam čime
Just a
da...
little longer. I almost got it.
Požuri!
Okay, it's open. Move it or lose it. That's what I got for you. Better get ready. They'll be on us soon.
Finally, lovers speak.
This is it, Wake. last stand. There's more flares here. Get ready. We fight them as long as they keep coming.
Shit.
Give me the goddamn gun! They're coming!
That's not how this goes. Get with the program, Wake.
Au, pucaj, čoveče. Ovaj pirinčem gađa, majke mi moje. Još ih ima, jebo ga, pogledaj šta i dolazi. Pa! Really? Pa što su... Opa! Pa mater vam jebem koliko vas, ja i šta ćeš sad? Aj pejderu jedan. Pucaj iza leđa imaš. Nemoj da ti stariji čovjek govori šta treba da radiš. Šta nemam više? Jao, ja nemam više ove... Nemam više ovih flerova. Napadajte njega, nemojte mene. Bravo.
Let's cut the act now. Where's my wife?
I knew you were going to say that. I read it all before. You're a hell of a writer. Congratulations. You're going to bring about something glorious and terrible once we get you some proper editorial control.
What the hell are you talking about? Where's Alice?
Pozdrav majski.
I want the entire manuscript.
Zdravo, Mormer.
She's gonna suffer bad.
You touch her now.
Da, Wake sumnja da je ovo kidnaper, jer on je bio tamo na početku na onom feriju. Kad smo tek dolazili u Bright Falls.
No! Come back here! I swear I'll kill you if you hurt Alice! Do you hear me? Come back here!
Tamo nešto ima.
Alice, and he wanted the manuscript because he thought it held some magical power. But I had no manuscript to give him. I had to get back to Barry and figure out my next move.
Kako su dobro uradili level dizajnove.
On more than one occasion, Alice had tried to explain to me how it felt to be afraid of the dark. To her, darkness wasn't simply the absence of light, but something more tangible than that. It was something you could touch and feel.
Evo, ko je pitao na početku kako neko može da se plaši mraka.
For her, things changed when they were wrapped in darkness. They turned into something else, something foreign, and nothing was safe or innocent anymore. I'd never really understood what she meant, until now.
Hmm. Nešto mi govori da ćemo ovo prolaziti. Samo da Vladimir nađe put. Ne na tu stranu. Ne, ni tu, bog te. Sigurno ne tu, a? Pa ne vidim gde bi... Odavde smo kao pali. Pa onda tu. Nema šta drugo. Malo smo se povredili, ništa strašno. Vladimir, imao si most ovde. Dobro. Dobro, morate me razumeti, ja sam... Opa, oh fuck. Ja sam stariji čovek, 24 godine. 24 godine. Ko si ti? Šta je ovo ovde? What?
What the hell? Rusty had warned me about these traps. It hurt like hell.
Wow, fuck, pa super, baš ti hvala. Ne, opali sa flerom. Zato što kad uzmeš oružje, on automatski zameni. Promeni oružje. Ostao mi flare, sad sam bez veze istrošio na ovog jednog. Dobro, nema veze. ...15 godina, 18. put. Zdravo, Jakove. Ne, neću sigurno full preći. Pa dosta je dugačka ova igra. Dosta je dugačka, tako da nema šanse. Mislim, jeste tek 20 do 10, ali... nema šanse preći sad full. Ni nema razloga da žurim, zašto bi? Više ovde je isto. Aj, mogu ja da disarmujem tu zamku? Ne. Viš ti kako su oni postavili zamke? Okej, gde? Idi u pičku materinu, uplaši se od ovog žbuna. Jebem ti sunce. Kad moram da psujem. A se usro od žbuna, Vladimire. Ček. Da, ovako treba da idemo. Zanke, da. Sad će doći, sad gledaj. Šta je ovo ovde? Manuscript page. Mislim da čak postoji achievement da je postojao na Xboxu. Da uništite sve ove piksle što stoje tako poređane kao u piramidu.
Nobody in Bright Falls seemed to know where Al was, but Rose, the waitress at the diner, had seen him. From what Barry could tell, Al pretty much fell off the face of the earth when he left the diner. Rose was just the kind of fan that Al hated, but she really tried to help. She was smart, too, knew a lot about what was going on in the town, knew a lot about Al, even knew who Barry was. Barry liked her. That was no big surprise. When it came to women, Barry and Al rarely saw eye to eye.
Nema stagerovanja. O jebem ti. Gledaj zanke. Vladimire. Ovdje će biti zebancije. Osjećam to. Nešto mi govori. Wow, 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 lepo, lepo. Opa, dobro, dobro. Jebem li ti, vidi ga, govno jedno žbunsko. Se kamuflirao. Biće ovdje njih još. Idi u pizdu materinu. Ajde govna. Paul Anderson, where are you? Majku ti, ja sam te čuo. A će biti neki iza leđa. Make it or break it. Čekaj, ovdje ima ovaj... Napeto je.
The night had been one desperate situation after another. I was exhausted, and my body felt as though it had been chewed up and spat out. The flashlight was heavy in my hand, and each pull of the trigger sent a painful shock up my arm. But I was finally out of the woods, and things were looking up. That's when I heard the chainsaw.
Oh, super. Hunting rifle, može. Koja je to? Aha, to je na dvojci, dobro. Hunting rifle. Ovdje ima još, bok te. Veče, ajdine. Ovo je kad, pa, bilo je samo Nightmare. Nema harda ovdje, ima normal i Nightmare. Šta je bio fok? Wow.
I heard the plane fall. It made no sense. It was clear that it had just fallen here, but it was very old and obviously hadn't flown in decades. Looking at it sent a shiver down my spine.
Avion. Olupina. Aha. To mora da je u avionu. Fuck. Šta sam sad uradio? Čekaj da nađemo ovaj secret. Nešto reži čujem, jebi ga, ne znam šta je. Čujete, ko da nešto reži? Možda mi se pričinjava. Trokira mi grafička. To znam, da. What the fuck? What? Šta? Idi bre. Ne znam šta, pa nije bila... Nije bilo nikakve zanke. Jeste bre, nešto se čuje. Šta je s ovim? Ne mogu ovdje da se popnem. Come on, Alan. Mislio sam da ima neki secret ovdje gore. Ne čuje se kao neko disanje. Ovdje će biti nekog. Pa da. Mislim da ovog bliže meni nisam, pa da. Kakvi su to flerovi posle 3 sekunde? Nestane. Brže, Vlado, brže. Oh, finally. Malo da se odmorim. Termos će mi glave doći. A šta je? To, Vladimire, bravo. Reach the top of the mill. What the fuck? Potroši pola helta, jebem ti. Iscimala igra je.
Sarah didn't care about the legal threats Wake's agent had made. She let Wake go without argument, because there was something about him she couldn't quite put her finger on, something that reminded her of her father. She didn't think Wake would hurt his wife. Then she thought about the way he waded into Hartman, that hair-trigger rage flaring up without warning. The logging site was a mess. The modular office had been pushed off the cliff. Deputy Thornton climbed up from the wreckage excited, breathing hard from the exertion. Nobody there. It's weird. Don't you think that's weird? Bored, Mulligan let out a mighty snort. Hell, it's always weird, Thornton. Just a question of sorting out what kind of weird it is this time around. When Barry saw the darkness attack the visitor center, it made him a believer. The men Al said he'd shot, they hadn't been just locals on crank. Somehow the world had changed, like the channel had been switched without warning. You think you're watching a sitcom, and you're really watching a horror show. When the birds started attacking the cabin, Barry wasn't surprised, just terrified.
A tu će biti one vrane, da, što? Opa. Što krcka. The darkness is... wears her face.
Be aware of widowmakers.
Baš mi je drago. Samo što ja nisam... oženjen. Okej. Povlačim. Ne seri gde sam pao. Jebote.
Be aware of widowmakers.
Ja nisam oženjen, Gari. Možda... Gardru, što bi rekao Đorđe. Ha ha ha.
Shadows stirred and the wind picked up as I ran through the forest. I felt the dark presence turning its gaze toward me. Then the moonlight was blotted out by dark shadows that raced violently across the ground, moving too swiftly to be natural. Darkness gathered between the trees and melted again to reveal the taken. No natural path had brought them here.
Na šta misliš, prdijem? Nisam ništa menjao u opcijama. Pozdrav, Aleksandre. Nisam ništa menjao od brightnessa u opcijama. Sad od izvora 2 putića vode na 2 strane. Pa, ovdje baš i nije neki putić, Vladimire. Dobar dan želimo. A vi kako te? Ovo su 2 velika. Povuci se. Ovo mi je sjajno kad u igrama možeš da vidiš neki pređašnji ili, ajde da kažemo, budući deo nivoa gde si bio ili gde ćeš biti. Odande smo krenuli, čoveč, pogledaj, ona terasa, pa pali dole, pa prošli preko ovog drveta koji sam ja omašio, pa sam skočio sa one visine. Ali dobro, o tome nećemo sad. Nećemo o sitnicama. To mi je uvek bilo super. Nešto mi govori da će ovde biti neki flasterkva. Hi! Logging is hazardous occupation. Yes, indeed, my friend. Da. 5 metari drva da ti, evo, pitaćemo ga. Doće on sigurno još. Poslaću ga kod tebe. Evo moj prijatelj ovde na chatu, Aydin, treba da mu se reže drva. Svrati kod njega jednu noć, pa... Dokle ova šuma traje? Ima li kraja ovoj šumi? Elderwood National Park. Hello?
Barry?
Ow! The porch is covered with birds. They've got all Hitchcock on me.
Stay out of sight. I'm on my way. Don't open the door.
What, am I crazy?
Stay hidden. I'll be there soon. Just make sure you keep the lights on.
Keep the lights on. Bi stvarno bila odlična tema za neku seriju. Darkness. Kao preko dana je još okej, ali noću, ako nemaš svetlo, otprilike si muerto.
I still had to reach Barry at the cabin, but at least I was out of the woods. I'd have to get the car from the locked garage. It would get me back to Barry faster, and the headlights were a welcome bonus.
Dobro. Ne znam. Ako neko zna neku sličnu tematiku, ovo sa mrakom, to sam ja baš pre jedno pola sata, 45 minuta isto pominjao. Baš bi voleo da naprave nešto. Slična tematika.
The FBI agent's command froze me in place. I considered surrender. It was all falling apart anyway. I could give in, let someone else deal with it. But it felt all wrong. Call it instinct. His posture. The way he held the gun. He was no friend. Shots ringing in my ears, I leaped for the hole in the fence and stumbled into the darkness beyond.
Nešto se čuje.
had to find the key to the garage.
Naći ćemo, Alane. Čekaj samo. Ide u piču. Evo ga key.
A story is not a machine that does what you tell it. A story is a beast with a life of its own. You can create it, shape it, but as the story grows, it starts wanting things of its own. Change one thing and you set off a chain reaction of events that spreads through the whole thing. The characters have to be true to themselves. The events need to follow a logic that fits the story. A single flaw and the magic is gone. The story dies. Alice dies.
Da, on u suštini da bi spasao Alice mora dalje non stop da piše. A što više piše, sve više se ovi eventovi, ova dešavanja se odigravaju, ajde tako da kažem. Wow! O, Klen, si ti prijatelju došao? Iz klonje. Ni vodu nije povukao. Jebem li ti nanu. Ej, sećam se i ja toga, Ajdine. Jeste. Nešto se desilo, da, neka mrakčina je došla i da, senke u stvari ih napadaju. A da, to se sećam sad kad si rekao gostiona, da. Da, ali ne mogu ni ja da se setim kako se zove. Možda nešto googlati, ono... Movie with shadows attacking people, tako nešto. Ček sam da vidim da li ima nešto ovde. Ili ima koska da se slika? Pretekli me i Nahor i Tića su me pretekli u u fazmafobiji, sa levelom. Otpala mi vrata, bog te. Brže! Ali se prazni ovaj akumulator. Kad nije Black Horse Sombor, šta ćeš? Mislim da se i ovde nešto usput moglo pronalaziti. Ne mogu se sad setiti. Da, nešto je, o vidi. vam nano. Ne vide ovo. Ne znam koliko je ovo pametno s kolima ići, ali... I šta ih je? Jebem ti šta ih je. Ajde, reloadaj ga. Mislim da će oni ovdje. Da, oni će ovdje non stop dolaziti. Ajde onda ovako. Wow, alo skreće ovaj, ne seri, dobro je. Tako ležerno samo. A, majke ti, kako sam ga promašio. Ajde, govno malo. Znam da ovdje nešto ima unutra. I šta je sad, Vladimire? Znači, u poslednjem trenutku. Jebem ti. Gde si, Superhik? Ćao, papiću. Pa... ja mislim 2 puta da sam prešao, ili sam drugi put samo krenuo, pa nisam završio, ali... znači, to je bilo, eto, davno, te 2010. kad je igra izašla. Znači, ovo je samo drugi put. Bolje da mi nastavimo kolima. Znači, eto, posle 11 godina igram igru. I to mislim da sam još igrao na onom narodnom Xboxu. Vidi, ovo možda se vozi. Znači tako možemo da se igramo. Malo su preosetljive komande, levo, desno. Da, ovdje smo se bili popeli. Wow, fuck. Ovo je sad omaž Hitchcocku.
The flare gun was probably the best weapon I could imagine against the dark things I was facing.
Pa nisam nikad igrao te Vampire the Masquerade Bloodline, tako da ne verujem da će igrati i ovo. Ne znam ni šta je to, iskreno ti kažem. Znam da je izašao neki Vampire sad skoro i to je neka Battle Royale igra, čini mi se. Ovo sam ja bio sve istražio ovde. Barry?
It was the kidnapper.
You son of a bitch! Where's my wife?
Enough horseplay, Wake. You deliver the manuscript, and you can have your woman back. Simple as that.
I don't... Listen. I'm gonna need time to finish it. I still need to write the ending. I need a week.
It's not done?
I need a week.
2 days. The old Bright Falls coal mine is nearby. You can find it easy, city boy. The main building, there at noon. You bring the manuscript, you'll get your wife. If not, well...
Aj joj, šta je vrana.
Yes, I get you.
Pa ajde pogledat ću Vampire the Masquerade Bloodline 2. Pa ali nisam igrao Keca. Mislim, čuo sam za to, ali nikad nešto nisam specijalno obraćao pažnju na to.
Barry had talked about birds over the phone.
Save Barry from birds. Oh, God. Tu će nama najviše pomoći Flare i...
Al! Al, I am so glad you're here. A couple of them got in here before I blocked the chimney. This isn't normal. These birds are weird.
Pa puštaj me unutra, jebem u nanu. Izgleda da moramo da ih pobijemo određenu količinu. Vidi. U suštini sad će ja njih da... Nisam video da ovo...
Hey, Al. I'm sorry for thinking you were having a psychotic episode, man.
Pa vidjet ću,
Barry to the
Matt
town
Hardy,
to
šta
ask
je.
around about a man fitting the kidnapper's description. He'd go through the archives of the local paper. Perhaps he could learn something. Anything about the island and the cabin that had disappeared. The man wanted a manuscript. I had to try to write him one to get Alice back. For me, the supernatural had always been nothing but a metaphor for the human psyche, a tool to use in writing fiction. Now, it was happening for real, and I couldn't put a single word on paper.
Barry Wheeler speaking.
This is Rose.
Rose?
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Oh, you sweet, brilliant girl.
Could you and Mr. Wake come get them? I live in the trailer park outside the town.
We'll be there in less than an hour.
Bye now.
See you soon.
Have a great day. Hope you come back soon. Welcome to the
Oh Dear Diner.
Good girl.
Nema tako. Ova baba je glavna. Baba glavna.
Previously on Alan Wake. Alice has been kidnapped.
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife again.
I can't tell anyone except my agent Barry.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her. You're my best friend and I'm
Ta
worried
baba
that you're not
predstavlja
right
ženu od
ahead.
onog
The ransom is
prvog
a manuscript
pisca.
I supposedly wrote that's coming true before
Nema
my
prvog
eyes.
pisca, ima jedan pisac, Alan Wake.
So dark.
I have found only a few scattered pages.
I want the entire manuscript.
The deadline is in 2 days.
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Good girl.
E sad, ja sam zaboravio priču,
How the
vidjet
hell did she
ćemo.
get her hands on the manuscript anyway?
I don't know. She's resourceful. I told you you were
Vidjet
too
ćemo do
hard on
kraja
her.
kakva će priča
Listen,
biti.
I found out all sorts of interesting stuff while I was digging around.
Yeah.
Mr. Wake, it's Sheriff Breaker. We have an FBI agent here, Agent Nightingale.
FBI?
He's anxious to see you. You'd better come to the station.
Okay, I'll be right over, Sheriff. Let's make this quick, huh?
Help you folks? Name's Randolph. I'm the manager.
We're looking for Rose. Works as a waitress down at the diner.
Rose, sure. Nice girl. Who wants to know?
I'm Alan Wake.
The writer, huh? I heard on the radio you were visiting. Well, I'll show you her trailer. That Rose, she's a nice girl. Always pays her rent on time.
As I was saying, Al, I found all sorts of weird stuff from the local newspaper's archives. This place is crazy. Disappearances, mysterious deaths, urban legends come true, and, get this, most of this stuff takes place around Cauldron Lake.
Well, you ain't
Ne
wrong,
moraš me
mister.
pratiti,
The
Barry.
Indians thought the lake was a doorway to the underworld. I'm the God-fearing type myself. I don't hold with that sort of thing.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, there was an island there owned by a guy called Thomas Zane. Now,
Thomas
some of the articles
Zane.
I found about him make him out to be a famous writer, but I ran a bunch of searches.
Ah.
Couldn't find a single thing he wrote. Zane was heavily into diving, so much so that the place came to be called Diver's Isle. But the volcano under the lake erupted in 1970, and Zane went down with the island.
Znači, tu je ranije na tom ostrvcetu živeo jedan drugi pisac koji se zvao Thomas Zane. I onda je 1970. godine došlo do erupcije tog vulkana i to ostrvo je potonulo, jel? Aj tako da kažemo, i Thomas Zane je tu
Just
poginuo.
follow me. It's not far. Yeah, how about that? It was there in the morning, as if it had fallen from the sky. But it would take a tornado to lift something like that. We're damn lucky it didn't crush any of the trailers.
Tu jebo. A, vidi.
Listen, I got things to do. This place don't run itself.
Vidi ovo, Darkness. Valjda. Open. Sad bi mogao neki hot dog. Žena usisava kuću, da. Aha, ajde, mora on da otvori. A malo vibe na Until Dawn.
Better. A local girl, Barbara Jagger,
Može,
drowned in
može,
Cauldron Lake
mora reći
just
da.
a week earlier.
Mene na neke momente malo podsjeća na ovaj Silent
Jagger's a
Hill
local spook
Downpour,
store.
to sam već
The
rekao.
Scratching Hag comes for you in the dark. Childish stuff like that.
Anyway, Al, I'm just getting to the best part. All of the articles about this stuff were written by Cynthia Weaver. I asked around,
Cynthia
and she's
Weaver.
that crazy bag lady you met.
What, the lamp lady? She can be a little loopy, but she's not homeless or anything.
Yeah, anyway, she knew both Jagger and Zane before they both died, and she had some kind of a breakdown.
Šta radi ovaj sa vranama? Da, Barry je to saznao, da je bivši vlasnik bio pisac isto. I da se zvao Thomas Zane i da je poginuo u toj vulkanskoj erupciji, ali nije mogao da nađe ni jednu knjigu koju je napisao. Pronašao je par članaka iz novina i sve članke je napisala neka Cynthia Weaver, a to je ona baba. Nema ovde ništa. To je ona baba što je Alan sreo u klonji tamo, kad smo tek došli u Bright Falls.
Welcome to... Oh dear, Mr. Wake. I'm so glad you're here.
Rose, you have my manuscript?
Oh. Oh, yes. Yes. Please, come in.
Malo se čudno.
Hey, this is really good.
Rose.
Yes.
My manuscript. I really need it.
I understand. I know what you need. A muse to inspire you.
Oh, for Barry? She doesn't have anything.
Yeah, hey, Al, what's... Oh...
Barry! What? What?
It's coming for you, hiding in my barber's skin. I'm too weak to stop it. You must turn the lights on.
I promised I'd come visit you and your lovely wife. You must finish what you started. I insist.
You must turn the lights on. Turn the light on.
Back to work, boy.
I felt nauseous, hungover. Only anger kept me going.
I can't tell reality from dream anymore, but it seems I have an imaginary editor to help me. She's an old woman in a funeral dress. I call her Barbara Jagger. She's very strict. I'm writing faster and faster. My manuscript is being heavily revised. The edits are getting very aggressive, and each day there's less of me and more of her. I hate it, but I know she's right. She promises me I can save Alice this way. She knows more of this than I do. About the complex incantation I'm attempting. About this place. She's worked with another writer under similar circumstances, Thomas Zane. The genre of the story seems to be
isto
shifting.
radila
It's
sa
turning into a
tim
horror
Thomas
story.
Zaneom.
I'm getting close. I can feel it.
A sad nas tera da završimo skriptu. A ova Rose baš je ono veliki fan Alana Wakea.
Rose took a day from me. I had less than 12 hours left to meet the kidnapper. All I could do was get Barry into the car, work something out once I got on the road.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner. What can I get you today? Coffee?
I couldn't work up much hate for Rose. Something had used her to get to me and left its mark.
First refill is free. Milk and sugar on the counter there. Would you like to hear today's specials? Thank you. A nice day. Come back soon.
Barry was out of it. He was way too heavy to carry.
You're right. I deserve more money. I'm so handsome.
Jesi.
My gun and flashlight were gone. I'd have to find a way to get Barry into the car as quickly as possible. There was no time to waste.
Super.
Mr. Randolph liked Rose. That little smile she had. How she was still sweet when life had tried so hard to make her bitter. It wasn't any of his business what she did in her trailer. But those strangers, the writer and his smart-ass sidekick, looked like trouble. And they'd been in there for hours, way past her normal bedtime. He reached for the phone and called the sheriff's station.
Super, ovaj nastojnik je pozvao policiju.
I just stepped outside to catch a breath of fresh air. Let me tell you, the weather's getting heavy. Nights like this make me especially glad I'm here talking to you and not home in bed. Once the weather takes a turn like this, I can't sleep at all. It's all tangled bed sheets and dark thoughts, punctuated by the occasional plunge into nightmare. Is it just me? Well, perhaps it is. But I hope I can make the night a little bit easier to get through. Caller, you're on KBF FM.
Hey, hi, it's Walt Snyder.
What's on your mind, Walt?
Well, I am the way you are, but, well, I can't sleep either, you know? I just been staring out the window here, trying to make sense of it all, but, I ain't been drinking either, you know, I just...
Well, you sound like a man with a problem, Walt.
I had a, argument with Danny, you know, Danny, and, then I got in trouble with the law, you know, and, I'm just, well...
I heard something like that, Walt.
Yeah, well, you know, he's, Danny's my best friend, and, they let me on bail today, and now I'm just alone here at the window, you know, waiting, man, and there's something in the air tonight, man.
I was just outside looking up at the sky above our broadcast tower thinking the same thing. What are you waiting for, Walt?
I don't know. You know, something's gonna happen. You know, I think I better go.
Well, Walt, maybe...
No, thanks.
Alone in the Dark. I to je preistorijska
Good luck
igra.
to you, Walt. Hang in there. Let's take a little break, folks. This weather's really something else, huh?
How can I be sure?
Sjećam se kad smo to drugari i ja igrali na 2 frame-a otprilike, na 386-ici. No stisneš ono da se pokreneš i onda možda odeš da ispušiš cigaretu i... Beba.
Oh, you're gonna get it now. God knows what you've done to that poor girl. This is Agent Nightingale, FBI! Get him up, Hemingway! You're under arrest. You move a muscle, I'll unload right in your goddamn face! Stay right where you are, Slane!
Ubiše čoveka, Bog te.
I'm standing right here, you goddamn maniac!
Fuck, sad opet nemamo lampu ni
I hated to
oružje.
leave Barry behind, but there was no way I'd miss my appointment with the kidnapper.
Give it up, Mr. Wake. Come on. Take it easy on him. Get after him. Don't let him get away. Move it, move it, move it. Let him get away.
There he is! We have the suspect in sight!
Okay, man.
Ne pucajte. Wow, jebote. O, idu na varijantu shoot to kill izgleda. Ćao, Muks. Nemam igru. Moram napisati ono, papinovati, nemam Far Cry, Alex.
For decades, the darkness that wore Barbara Jagger's skin slept fitfully in the dark place that was its home and prison. It was hungry and in pain. It dreamed of its nights of glory when the poet's writing had called it from the depths and given it a brief, terrible taste of power and freedom. The rock stars had stirred it from the deep sleep the poet had sunk it back to in the end. When it sensed the writer on the ferry, it opened its eyes.
Whoa! Super jebo ga. Ček, tamo je nešto bilo, video sam.
Rose didn't know how the strange old lady got in her trailer, and she looked wrong somehow. The woman showed her teeth in an approximation of a smile and traced a finger down Rose's cheek. "Pretty girl," she said. Rose felt as if she was falling asleep, but her knees didn't buckle. The crone spoke in a whisper, her words ice cold and dark in Rose's ear.
Shit, opet dolazi Darkness. Oh, jebi ga.
This horror was everywhere I went, circling me. The cops didn't stand a chance. They were after a writer, not a monster.
I've lost contact with Rose's men you assigned to me. It's Blake's doing.
Wait, are you seriously telling me that geek writer just took out my deputies? Are you kidding? I mean, have you seen this guy? He wears a tweed jacket. Over.
He's the guy we're chasing. If it's not him, who then? Bigfoot? Over.
I don't know yet, but I'm not in the habit of jumping to conclusions. That tends to come back and bite you in the ass. Out.
Da, ovaj FBI agent, ono, uporno, ono, vejki kriv. Shit.
You on the ground. Hold it right there. There's nowhere to run. Freeze!
Ups. I Wake je vjerovatno oborio helikopter. Ja, ono je gas station. Benzinska stanica. Benzinska stanica, pardon.
This is James. Mulligan, Thornton, come in. Over. Thornton here. James, we got both Wheeler and Rose in custody. They didn't put up a fight or anything. Why, they were... Hey, Mulligan, what are you doing? Come on. Sit down and give me that. James, Mulligan here. Over. Go ahead, Mulligan. Over. We got Wheeler and Rose here. Wheeler's drunk or hopped up on something. Speaking of which, that Fed had a pretty distinctive whiff of Otis Scotch about her, you know what I mean. Over. I don't have anything on that, Deputy Mulligan. Over. Well, whatever. Anyway, Rose is just being plain weird here. You better get Doc in to take a look at both. Over. Gotcha. You better get them here.
Aha, uhapsili su Rose I onog Berija.
Oh yeah, I bet it does. Looks like they have a lot in common. Mulligan out.
Baš sam se ponadao da ću ovdje neki pištolj pronaći, ako ništa drugo.
I could see the lights at the radio station in the distance.
Nemoj mi reći da tamo moramo da idemo. A verovatno moramo. Daj mi neki pištolj, nešto, bilo bi jako lepo od tebe.
I imagined that the broadcast tower in the distance was part of the local radio station. Maine seemed like a decent guy. Perhaps he could give me directions to the coal mine. Unnatural shadows clung to the gate. The darkness that was after me was trying to stop me. I wouldn't get through without a light.
Sad ćemo mi naći light.
The old generator conked out. I'd have to see if I could fix it and try again.
Super. Kako se popravlja generator, ej? Pozesovana kapija. Isto tako dođeš kući, ono, i tamo onda otključaš vrata, ono, krenu vrata da se tresu. Super. What?
It took me a moment to recognize the flashbang grenades. They were an ideal weapon for my situation.
Team 1 je muerto. Nema ni tima 1 ni tima 2. A mislim da znam gde su. Sad će uskoro da se pojave. Pa da. Super. Deputy. Ako ga nisam odmah ubio da mi je znati. Imam još 2 granate.
And here's another call. You're on KBFFM with Pat Maine.
It's Milt Peabody, Pat.
What's on your mind, Milt?
Well, I live near the trailer park, Pat, and there's a big ruckus going on over there.
Well, that's just up the road from me, too. What's going on, do you know?
I don't know, but there's a bunch of police cars there, lots of sirens, a helicopter buzzing around, and I think I heard some gunshots.
Gunshots?
Yes, sir, like from a pistol. So can you find out what's going on? Because it's just next door and they're popping off guns there.
They're still shooting?
No, it was maybe 10-15 minutes ago. It sounds serious, Pat. I'm telling you, it don't sound like no party.
I'm certainly going to give the station a call.
Koliko ima još do kraja? Misliš streama ili igre? Do igre ima još dosta, a do streama u suštini kad završimo ovu epizodu 3 u igri, što bi se reklo. Šta ih je bilo 4, ej.
Touched by the dark presence, Rose was lost in a dreamland where everything was drawn in black and gray crayons. The old lady had promised her that all her wishes would come true. She would be Alan Wake's muse. She was smiling so hard it hurt her face. She crushed a bottle full of sleeping pills into the coffee. Deep down inside, she was screaming in terror.
bar nešto. Jebem li vam nanicu? Koliko vas je? Wow!
I hope Maine could lend me a car to get to the coal mine.
Oh, why, hello, Lorna. What do you have for us?
Well, I just don't see why the cops bother with the trailer park.
What do you mean?
It's a trailer park. Of course you're going to have trouble in a place like that. I mean, what do you expect? The sheriff should be helping us normal citizens instead of wasting resources on those people.
Well...
Let the trash sort themselves out. I'm sorry, but my granddaddy settled in Bright Falls in 1911.
Well, thank you very much for that, compassionate statement, Lorna. Oh, here's a little surprise. The famous writer Alan Wake just walked in.
Ne, čuti.
I'm gonna see if I can talk him into an interview.
Pa sad znaju da sam.
Oh, I'm so glad you could find the time to do this, Mr. Wake.
Nowhere to run now, Dan Brown. You back away from me. Don't hurt.
Whoa. Everyone calm down. Put the gun down. We're all friends here, right?
Cool your jets, Nightingale. We got him. What the hell's the matter with you? There's a civilian in there.
Ovo je uopšte policajac, evo. Ovo je baš hoće da nam skine skalu. Fuck.
I'll get you yet, even if it kills me. You hear me? You hear me, H.P. Lovecraft?
I had
H.P.
fallen off so
Lovecraft.
many cliffs it was ridiculous. That's what you get for naming a book The Sudden Stop. It was probably good I hadn't had the chance to tell Maine where I was going. I'd have to lose the cops and find my own way to the mine.
Aj, oj. O, ne. Evo ovako ćemo mi. Jebote, šta ih je? Ma znam da su me pretekli, to sam da baš pomenuo, verovatno Nahor već 200 i neki, a Tića 200 i neki level. To sam baš pre jedno sat vremena rekao, da su me oboje pretekli. U Duholovu. Pa da. A Nahor kažemo, ne igramo mi možda 2-3 sata dnevno. Da, oni napreduje, ja propadam po ovoj planinčini, a? Ali bar je zdraviji vazduh, ako ništa drugo. Bar propadam na zdravijem vazduhu. I non stop uzbrdo, pa ja bi dušu ovde ispustio, kroz nos bi mi procurela. Na guzicu bi mi izašla da izvinete. Ako ste face, igrajte ponovo Divor. Pa hoćemo, igrat ćemo. Kuću smo prešli na normalu. Teško je, zeznuto je. Tamo kad dođeš već do 8. 9. onog... do 8. 7. izvinjavam se. Do 7. 8. kozice ili u Asajlumu do 7. 8. onog pacovčića već je zajebano.
Danny had stepped out, but what stumbled back in was something else. Something alien. A monster. Walter tried to kill it, first with his fists, then a chair. It wouldn't die. Instead, it kept coming, unaffected by the beating it had taken. After Walter managed to kick it down the cellar stairs, fear took over. He ran, got behind the wheel, gunned the engine. The booze wouldn't make him forget, but he knew he had to try.
The booze. Čekaj. Reach the train depot. Ne. Čitav život gledam samo horore. Pa možda si i puko, ali si toliko puko da je to u stvari sad normalno za tebe. A, bog te. Neću da trošim ove flerove i ove, kako se zove, šok bombe. Pa puko si ti kao guma. Samo što još nisi to skontao. Oh god. Moguće da sam se vratio na isto mesto. Moguće.
There was no sensible reason for the power company work lights to be here. It was almost as if they'd been left for someone like me to use.
Shotgun. Super. I šta ćemo sad, druže? Poslednjem trenutku. Daj da dođem do... Dobre.
Sarah trusted her gut, and her gut said Agent Nightingale was an asshole. He felt wrong, and it wasn't just the smell of stale booze. It was in the way he flashed his badge, pulled rank, the look in his eyes when he wanted answers. Where was Alan Wake? What was this about an accident? Where was his wife? And most importantly, why did she let Wake go? He wouldn't answer her questions. Federal business was all he'd say.
Federal business. Jesam, ali jako davno. Zdravo, Cone.
Hello? The most stubborn man I've ever met.
Alice? Alice?
Alan. Alan. I'm so afraid. Keeps me in the dark. Please help me. I look look at you, Alan, and it's not you. Something else. Looking out from behind your eyes.
Alice, I'm here.
I'm so alone here. It's all gonna go to hell. You need to be careful. Cooperate.
The connection had been terrible, but that wasn't the only thing that hadn't been right with the call. She sounded wrong somehow.
Da.
But she had called me.
Čekaj, ovdje ima onaj stash. To. To neko trčka ovdje. Ah!
The pipe wrenched itself loose from the bridge's steel framework. Wrapped in darkness, it floated in midair, twitching. For a moment, I didn't understand what I was looking at. The heavy object lurched at me with impossible force. I threw myself out of the way, but just barely. When I turned my flashlight on it, it shook in a dark rage before it flew at me again.
Possessovani objekti.
I could see a railway bridge up ahead, and a warehouse of some sort on the opposite shore. I hoped I could find a car from there.
Follow. Zdravo, Savko.
That was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path.
Whoa! Šta se dešava? A jebote, sad me upati ovde. Ovo troši baterije. Znaš kad će ovo izbeći?
I slammed the door shut right in his smug face. He pleaded for me to open the door, true to form, the asshole actually thought I would obey. I had no sympathy left, no guilt either, not for him. I took a moment to savor the scream. I bet I had a smile on my face. It was all that I had time for. The dark presence was inside the lodge with me. As a teenager, just starting to get interested in writing, Stephen King had been a source of inspiration to me. I thought about all the inanimate objects that had come to life in his books. No one is safe in a good horror story. Certainly not the protagonist. That's what makes them fun. This was anything but. The darkness could possess anything, and it was getting closer.
Jel ovo jača? Jeste, dobili smo jaču lampu. Nije lampa, nego lampa. Huh. No. Vidi koliko njemu treba da on... I uvek neko govno dođe iza. Uvek neko govno malo dođe iza leđa da vas čvokne. Light you can hurt them. To mi je jasno. Full sam sa bakterijama.
We take the facts of our existence for granted, unaware that they are merely a thin veneer of desperate self-delusion, covering a vast cosmos of madness and horror. All too often, the stars are right. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, a family occasion. Journalist Alvin Derleth's trip to study the local customs of an insular community in Night Springs has been less than successful. Until tonight.
Well, I'm glad you changed your minds about this. Ancient customs, local mythology. My editor loves this kind of stuff.
Well, Mr. Derleth, we don't want to feel like we're on exhibition, but you have demonstrated the seriousness of your intent.
Oh, I am serious. Really, just do your thing. I'll stay out of your way and observe.
Actually, I thought you could assist us. I'm afraid we are a man short. It would provide you with an intimate perspective.
Could I really?
Of course, Mr. Derleth.
Well, I guess that's the least what would I have to do?
Oh, here. Let me show you with a kiss.
What did you...
Oh, Mr. Derleth, you have well pleased Nixie Perka, the dweller in flesh. Your body shall host his 1,000 young, and all shall be glory. Shh, darling, be calm.
Ovo je omaželijeno.
Alvin Derleth learned a harsh lesson. If you go looking for mythology, it may come looking for you. And such quests always bear fruit. In Night Springs.
The darkness surged towards me, sucking everything loose from the ground into its depths, tugging at my clothes. I saw the flare the kidnapper had dropped and threw myself towards it just as I felt my feet leave the ground. The darkness embraced me with the force of a tornado. Somehow I managed to light the flare. The darkness roared and cast me away. I fell toward the dark waters of the lake far below.
Whoa. Sećam se ovoga. Aj, jao. Wow. Jebote. Najgore što ovih malih ima. Ne. Će me opet sjebati. Jebem ti nanu. Više hoćeš li umreti? Šta si tražio moj kanal 2 sata? Alan Rivake, da. Mad Max, odlična igra. Bravo, Andy. Nije, isto sam ga tako prešao iz drugog, trećeg puta. U stvari, nije problematičan taj bager, buldožder ili kako god već hoćete, nego ovi mali su problematični, oni vas zaobilaze, dolaze s leđa, bacaju se kirice, brice.
I had never been this glad to see the sunrise. I had a couple of hours to get to the coal mine. The coal mine wasn't far now.
Bravo, Dušane.
Today, I would meet the kidnapper, and he would give me Alice. I wouldn't give him any other choice.
Ovo je treća epizoda sad. Mislim, pošto igra je kao podeljena po epizodama. Ovo je treća epizoda i kad je završimo, tu ćemo završiti. Još možemo i da vozamo, a? Tu ćemo završiti večerašnji stream.
Little by little, without realizing it, I'd come to believe that the story in the manuscript was coming true. The current of its narrative had taken me deeper and deeper into dark waters. Alice had been taken from me. Barry was probably in jail. I was a fugitive from the FBI. The whole world taken over by the dark presence was trying to destroy me. It all felt real, but it matched a textbook case of insanity.
Čekaj, hteo sam da vidim da li možda nešto ovde ima za pokupiti. Ništa se čuje motor. Ej, ovoga se sećam. Neko zna da uživa, a? A igrali smo, Filipe, kontrol. Imaš kontrol. Sreća, pa je dan, bog te. Imaš sa oba DLC-a smo odigrali.
This is Pat Main, and you're listening to KBF FM. Folks, I want to apologize for kind of abandoning you to that looping music track last night, but I was detained. You see, I encountered a big-shot G-man with an itchy trigger finger who could use a lesson in manners and a boot in the ass. Not necessarily in that order either. Now, folks, I know I'm not being very informative here, And I apologize for that. I really should just keep quiet, but I'm just so peeved right now. Because some people just shouldn't be carrying badges. I'm just glad that our Sheriff Breaker was there to straighten things out. And if someone I met last night is listening, let me just say, I'm sorry if my mouth got you in trouble. I'm pretty sure you're not the bad guy here. Godspeed, son. I hope you know what you're doing. Now, on a lighter note, I'll be talking to Dr. Nelson all morning. But first, a little music.
Oho. Sreće pa nema semafor da stajem na crveno. Možda bi se ljudi iznervirali.
Welcome back to KBF FM. Hope you enjoyed that tune. Now, Doc, you were talking about life and finding that special someone, that soulmate.
Well, you were talking about that. I was saying I don't buy it.
Well, see, to me, that's strange, because I always pegged you as a hopeless romantic.
You got me there, Pat. But I think love's where you look for it. And you need to do a lot of looking, sure. But the idea that there's that one special person out there for you, and if you miss that chance, it's gone forever, and you're forever incomplete. I mean, isn't that depressing? Or, heck, childish even? There's plenty of fish in the sea.
And apparently a fisherman has a fishing analogy for everything, but what you're saying, isn't that a little harsh?
Well, no. What I am saying is that your potential for finding that connection isn't limited to what's essentially a chance encounter. How is that harsh?
Yeah, well, I guess that's a nice thought, but let me say something personal here.
Okay.
Now, well, I don't disagree with you exactly, but I can't really fit that together with what I feel, what I felt for someone, because she was the one. She was. And I let her drift away from me. Maybe I didn't put in the work, I don't know, but, well, since then, and it was a long time ago, but since then there hasn't been anyone, not like her. And I'm not saying I dwell on her or haven't moved on. I like my life. I'm not living in the past, but I do miss the way she completed me.
You can't argue with the heart, Pat.
I'm sorry, folks. I had kind of a scary experience last night, and let's just say it's shaken a few things loose.
Jel ima opet oni dvogledi? Nema. Ajde vidimo kako ovo će reslo radi. Opa! Pa. Mislim da ovde nema ništa. Ne. Izlazi, Vlad. Evo ga, taman smo i stigli, dobro je. Meni je preosetljive su te levo i desno, ono. A kad voziš sa tastaturom, onda je...
I was early. I was supposed to meet the kidnapper at noon in the main building. The coal mine was quiet. It was a museum now.
Ne možeš onako kao na kontroleru, onako da lepo, smooth skrećeš. Koliko, jel, pomeriš stik levo ili desno, toliko će on brzo da skreće. Na tastaturi, jel, imaš samo dve pozicije. Ili dugme, odnosno taster nije pritisnut ili je pritisnut.
With Nightingale gone and the night wind blowing in through the broken studio window, Maine stared at Sarah. The sheriff looked away. Maine's voice shook with barely controlled anger. That boy's doing more drinking than thinking. I hope you know what you're doing, Sarah. He's got a sickness in his eyes. You take my word for it. He wants Wake for a reason, and it's not for anything good. I didn't want to go outside. Cops had to be looking for me. The noon sun turned the place into a sauna. The day dragged on. Different scenarios ran through my mind. Ways of how I'd torture the kidnapper to get Alice back. Or the different horrible things he could have done to her. I imagined her dead. I had no way of knowing she was still alive. It was killing me. I was running on blind hope. It was all a waste of time. The bastard never showed up.
I super sad je noć, a?
Wake.
Where the hell are you?
Change of plans. You know where Mirror Peak is? It's a big mountain north of where you are. You follow the path from the mine, you can't miss it. There's a lookout point there. I'll be waiting.
I'm through being jerked around by you.
You want to see your wife alive? Because if you do, you better watch what you say to me. Do we understand each other?
I want to talk to Alice.
Yeah, and I want the manuscript. Don't keep me waiting, Wake.
Hello? Hello! Ah! I'm gonna kill him!
I had to get to Mirror Peak.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
It was close. Maybe closer than ever before.
Pa gde da izađem ako ne mogu na ova vrata? Aha. Možda ovde? super.
When Thomas Zane fell for Barbara Jagger, it happened fast. She was young, vibrant, and beautiful, full of life. He had never been a very happy man, and without any seeming effort, she had changed all that. Zane felt good for the first time in his life. Everything she did was another piece of a jigsaw puzzle he hadn't even known he'd been missing. And best of all, she made the words flow, strong and sharp. She was his muse.
What? Aj pogodi Vlado, ono, pogled koliko je. Si imao sreće, ovaj znak, ne? Spasio. Sad imamo i possesovane iteme. Ništa ovde. U vozu, čoveč. I ja baš treba tu da uđem, da.
The only way to reach the hillside ahead was to go through the building. I had to find a way to avoid electrocution.
Sad će ih se pojaviti gomile. Vidim da li ovdje nešto ima. Nema. Ništa u kola, Vladimire. Evo i. Nije, to je opet žbun. Aj, jao. Nisam ga još roknuo, a? A, sad sam ga roknuo. Bolje da ostanem u kolima, bolje da ostanem u kolima. Kako sam mu okrenuo tačno bulju. O, koliko vas je, jebem li vam. Više flashbangova. Dobro, ima flerova. Trust no one in the dark. Ne veruj nikom u mraku. Kaže follow.
Some of the taken retained echoes of their former selves, but these were just the nerve twitches of a dead thing. Nothing remained but a shell covered and filled with darkness. In most cases, these puppets were enough for the purposes of the dark presence. But for anything more elaborate, as with the writer, it was different. It needed his mind. And so rather than taking him over completely, it merely touched him.
li se ovo flashbangovi? Jesu.
There was no way the flashbang grenades were standard power company equipment.
Da. Sad da pogledam ovde ovo. Nema ništa. Bomba. Ajde jebote, hoćeš li? To su dva velika. Jebe vam mater. A vog te nikako da istekne taj darkness iz njega.
I stared through the bars of the jail cell. Barry stood behind me, swaying on his feet, looking as ill as I felt. Agent Nightingale stood on the other side of the bars with Sheriff Breaker. Nightingale had a stack of manuscript pages in his hand. He seemed unhinged as he gloated. Well, I've got you now, Raymond Chandler. It's all here. All the evidence, including conspiracy to murder a federal agent.
Phew. Ovdje ima secret. Nice. Možda to ima u opcijama da ne promeni automatski oružje kad pokupiš. O, vidi. Ne! Fuck, Vladimire. Shit. Nisam video da ovdje ima jupa. Vidi ovo. O jebote, još skočiti. Zaglavi se ovdje na ovaj... Gle ovo. debilane, ono, ne mogu da verujem. Pa što ste to namestili ako je jump mehanika katastrofalna? Svašta. Da će se ovi govnari pojaviti. Sada nemoj pasti dole. Ah! Vidi. Dobro, ipak je igrica stara 11 godina.
I had no real plan. I was going to give the kidnapper all the manuscript pages I had for Alice.
Oh,
if that wasn't enough, I'd hold him at gunpoint and make him talk.
Hold down to switch to shotgun. Ajde, bolje ovaj pump action. Pump up a jam. Evo ih, već dolaze. Viš kako uvek ide da dođe sa strane ili iza leđa. Brže, brže, brže. O bog te, šta vas je? Jebem li vam nanicu? Dosadno.
The dark presence was moving ahead of me in the same direction I was going. A cold feeling settled itself in the pit of my stomach. Was it going for Alice?
The graveyard shift may cause cancer.
Ajde, brzi, Gonzales, dođi. Uvijek mi zafali. Ti nano. Se neki grobovi. Vjerovatno groblje rudara. Opa, ovo sam se zaleteo. Polako, Vladimire. Lagano.
The place was dead, a ghost town. Had been for decades, maybe a century.
What the fuck? Ne, auto, ne. Wow, shit.
Things were never as simple in real life as in fiction. I had lost count of the times I had wished there'd be a clear reason for my writer's block. Something to fight, something to lash out on. There wasn't. I was filled with doubt. I was nothing like the hero in my books. Alex Casey had gone through his life with single-minded determination, never wavering from his goal. Even now, I was angry at myself, angry at Alice, angry at Barry. I was fumbling and I had no plan.
Originally founded in 1928, the Great Peak Gorge mine town was one of the permanent settlements the Bright Falls Mining Company built for its workers. The nearby graveyard is a testament to the dangers the miners faced on a daily basis. Most of the men who lost their lives over the years here were buried there, a grim reminder to be careful for those who remained. Great Peak Gorge was abandoned almost overnight when the Bright Falls Mining Company closed its door in 1970. Da li ima neke municije? Nema. Ovde. Ne. Au, vidi koliki je frižider. Au. Ja zajebati ovdje iza ovog stuba. Traktor. John Deere. Ujebote, šta se izdešavalo sad? Ajde više, jebote. Crči, bog te. Hoćeš crči. Tamo. Da. Ovo je čitav kotao od lokomotive ovdje. Jebem ti kad pre. Ala jede ovo baterije, bog te. Još umreti. Ala lepo. Mali još tada iza. Ostao samo motor. Odnosno nije motor, nego ovaj prednji komandni deo. Neki ključ sam pokupio. A verovatno od ovih vrata.
Anything outside of writing is a struggle. I feel ill. I managed to make my way downstairs. There's a shoebox filled with books and papers by Thomas Zane. It's very hard to focus, but I managed to read some of it. He's a poet, and a good one. He writes of muses and creators summoning fabulous things from a magic lake, using his powers to shape the world of a realm of gods and dreams and demons, dark things that wait for a chance to slip through, wearing the flesh of men as disguise. Zane writes about himself, his girlfriend being taken over by a dark presence, about growing scared of the lake. Zane believes it's a mirror to the gaping void of darkness above, where some Lovecraftian presence lurks. I crawl back upstairs. I'll borrow these things for my story. They ring true. They fit.
Viš, Thomas Zane je verovao da je kao to jezero nešto... ajde ja uzmem hunting rifle. Tako. Da je kao neki portal, kroz koji prolaze raznorazni džudžabajci, da ne kažem tako. A ta njegova muza je izgleda bila koraptovana, odnosno bila je influencovana tim dark presenceom. Ovo mi se ne čini kao... Aha, evo ovdje ima merdevine. Da ne kažem stepenice. horori sa klanjem s more. O, evo ga ovdje ima neki secret. Ko je?
The kidnapper had sent me a text. The message was full of spelling errors and insults. It was telling me to hurry up.
Birds.
Oh shit, ovo neće valjati. Oće, dobro je. Bacio ovaj. Super. Exit the silver mine. Fantazija. Tunnels go to Cauldron Lake. Huh? Halim.
Even behind the closed doors and curtains of his grimy room at the Majestic, the local motel, Nightingale could feel the locals' eyes on him, the unrelenting pressure of their judgment. He forced it out of his mind. For all he knew, they could all be under Wake's spell already. You do what you have to do to get the job done. He took comfort from the bottle in his hand. Please, he thought, just let me get through this.
Agent Nightingale. Psihopata neki, ej. A da, tačno sam znao šta će se izdešavati. Napred, momci, imam ja dosta ovih flerova, tako da uživajte u svetlu. Hoćeš li umreti, jebote? Malo smo se istrošili s metkićima. Opet s druge strane nekako su oni najčešći za ovaj revolver. Nekako uvek čuvam za ova bolja, jača oružja.
I'd have to make my way up this mine shaft in order to go on. Maybe the machinery could help me with that.
Dobroveče, Tomislave. Zdravo, mladi Vuk. Ovdje će opet biti skakanje. Čekam malo samo još da ga podignem. Evo ovako. Mislim da će ovo biti dobro sad. Da? Čekaj, ovo je previsoko. S koje strane ja trebam? Aha, jasno. Ček. Jao, što mrzim ovaj sad skok ovako sa strane. Dobro je. Zato što skakanje u Alanu Wake-u nije baš najčistije. Da... Da li smo mi to izašli konačno iz rudnika? Udri! To ima sad i gore i dole, a? Ima što ima gore. Reach the mirror peak lookout. Možda je to ovo? Što ima okolo, pre nego što se popnemo gore. Manuscript.
Lightning flashed behind the windows of Cauldron Lake Lodge. Tor Anderson laughed and held the steel hammer above his head. Nurse Sinclair was trying to calm him down without success. Tor grinned madly and shouted, "My hammer's up. Here's a friendly poke from Molnir, wench." He brought the hammer down with all his might on Sinclair's head. "We're on a comeback tour, baby."
Jo. O, jebote. Još mi nije dao municiju za pištolj. Wow.
Another cable car. Just great.
Just great. Sad će ovdje biti ovi... Kako se zove? Vrana. A da. Pa što si bacio? Kako sad baciš tako daleko, majko? A zato što se ovaj cable car u stvari kreće i onda... Ali vas još... Četvrti put. Imam gomilu municije za flare gun, ako baš nešto bude zatrebalo. Biće. Ujebem ti sunce. Fuuu. O, evo ga, revolver ammo. Levorvel. Bravo, Lado. Kako si FskpZ, Vlado? Pa evo, malo već poprilično i umoran. Tamo bio neki secret, nije. Učini mi se. Ništa, ovaj non stop trči sa strane. Pička ti materina. Smrdljiva. Ao, jebo vas. Reload. I sekire. I pičke i krompirače više. Ovna jedna. Ajde crkni. Ha. Su dosadni ko prolivi, što bi rekla moja mama. Ko dijareja, jebote. Znaš kako tako uvek ide sa strane. Vi ste sad za koji si level 300 i neki, a? Ima dosta. Čekaj, sad ne mogu da preporučujem stream, ne znam da li će ostati živ. Jebote, kad te uhvate u... Ajde, govno jedno. Imaš Alien Isolation. Pogledaj, recimo. Imaš Outlast 1, 2. Pogledaj. Amneziju, Dark Descent. Ima dosta horora na kanalu. Cauldron Lake. Ops. Slučajno. Moja greška. Sto 150 si samo? A tića? Koji ste vi duholovni profesionalci? Ma da, ma da. Gde je ovo govno od gore? Viš kako baca unapred, čoveče, pokušava preticanje da uradi. Mamu vam vašu. Mamo im njihovu kako bacaju... Tu gde ćeš biti kad uradiš dodge. Čekaj da vidimo, ovdje ima secret. Secret. Ovdje neće moći, Vladimire.
Maud had checked all of Stucky's rental cabins. There had been no sign of the Wakes. It was dark when he'd found their car parked at the end of the road by Cauldron Lake. It made no sense. They must have taken a wrong turn, but there was no sign of them, and the car had been there for hours already. Frustrated, Mott stood on the rotten ruin of the footbridge that had once led to Diver's Isle before it sank beneath the waves years ago. The boss wouldn't be happy.
A, kick. Jel ja možda treba tamo da se popnem? Jebote, penjem se već sat vremena. A ovo je ova Cynthia i Thomas Zane. Tom. I miss you, Tom. I curse you, Thomas Zane. Did you write this? I miss you, Tom. You talk to me on TV? Da.
I could see Cauldron Lake. I thought I could make out the spot where the island and the cabin had been. There was a light near it. It had to be a boat. I was close now. I had to get there fast. I dreaded what I would find. I tried to hold on to Alice, but her form melted away. I was losing control. Dr. Hartman stood in her place. I wanted to hit him, but my arms were jelly. He smiled. It was a reassuring smile, and I hated him for it. I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period. Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient at my clinic. Have been for a while now.
Wait! That you? Wait!
Hey, I'm here! I'm coming!
No! Get away! Sorry. Please, lady. The boss didn't know who he was messing with. I didn't know. I swear, I didn't know. We don't have his wife. We don't know where she is. She's probably drowned. We just said we had her to make a play ball, you see?
pogledao. S te visine, boga mi, tako na leđa, ja mislim da bi tu leđa kvrcnula. Samo tako. Čoveče, ja sam se zaigrao. 15:1. End of episode 3.
Previously on Alan Wake, I'm hunted by the law.
Sheriff, Wake's running. I'm giving chase.
Are you seriously telling me that writer just took out my deputies?
A thriller I supposedly wrote is coming true. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I was told that Alice had been kidnapped, but that was a lie.
We don't have his wife. We don't know where she is.
The purported kidnapper was eaten up by the dark presence before it attacked me.
Istina, epizoda 4.
Alan, shh, baby. It was just a nightmare.
Alice. There you go, Alan. Hartman, I fell.
I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period.
What?
Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient at my clinic. Have been for a while now. The shock of your wife's death triggered a mental illness.
No, you lie.
You're suffering from various symptoms of undifferentiated schizophrenia.
Bastard.
It's okay, Alan. Just let go.
I felt groggy. Whatever Hartman had bumped in me was making me numb. I felt like this was happening to someone else. Someone I was watching on television. I couldn't think. Couldn't focus.
Ok, društvance, ovdje ćemo stati sa Alan Wake Remastered, prvi stream. Hvala svima koji su bili. Da, skoro 6 sati. Hvala svima koji su bili na streamu i koji su izdržali ovako dugo ovaj stream. Sutra nastavljamo, sutra u 19h se vidimo i nastavljamo Alan Wake Remastered. Again, ako sutra igrate, pratim, inače svako dobro i laku noć. Što mi persira Savko. Ne znam, vidjet ću kao prvo da li uopšte može ovaj moj kompjuter da igra i da streama. Battlefield 2042. U svakom slučaju ću proveriti sutra posle podne, tako da... Ali u 19h streamamo Alan Wake. Pa jeste zahtevno, da, još pogotovo kad streamaš, stream je također dosta zahtevan za CPU, tako da tu je još dodatni problem. Lepo spavajte, lepo se odmorite i vidimo se sutra u 19h. I ja begam pod tuš pa u prnje. Arrivederci, laku noć.